Yeah, no, I am gonna do that, but that's already planned for me to do.
Yeah, mostly because again, I am just really under the weather right now.
That's fine.
Okay.
I think
Are we all
everyone
ready?
except Harry
Yeah,
mutes themselves.
I started the stream because we can't.
Lovely.
We can't. Dilly dally too much.
Dilly dally.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the part 2 of the 1-year anniversary podcast for Storytime with Scrappy and Friends. And I'm not introducing anyone except for Lewis, who has returned. Go.
Yo. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. I mean, what?
You know I would.
Well, actually, I might be. I'm not on as much of a time crunch anymore, so you can do introductions now.
Okay. How much time do
I would
you
literally,
have?
if I had to leave now, I'd literally only have like 10 minutes, and that's not a lot of time.
So
How
much
dare
time?
you accommodate us?
Yeah, it's
Wait, how
not a
much
big deal.
time? How much time do you have for with us now, then?
Honestly, just I don't know. I don't want to put like a cap on it, but
Okay.
whenever you guys feel like you want to move on to something else, really.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, then. Well, to give a more formal introduction, with us today is Lewis, who has not shown up in a good while. He was thankfully the narrator for some of the episodes of Still We Make Our Friends.
And I know you'll like my narrating voice.
I liked it because it wasn't my narrating voice. Thank you.
Oh, good. That makes me second place.
No, Lewis has the dubious honor of being the first non-Scrappy narrator on this show, as far as I can recall. No, wait, Tanner narrated his own story.
Yeah,
But
and I know Nova didn't Nova do a few.
he did it
Yeah.
after, I think.
Yeah, Nova's done some. Did Xavier do an episode?
Actually, yeah, he might have narrated Wreck-It Ralph. I don't know.
I think he did something.
We will get to this, but Lewis is back.
Hello.
Back from the past.
Samurai Jack.
And
Samurai warrior.
you all know the rest. Tanner is also back after his brief absence.
Yeah. By the way, I'm sick. You can hear it in my voice. That's why I sound like I've been gargling magma. And yeah. So, see, I couldn't even think of a good quip there. I'm probably not going to lead in this episode. Or talk much, but I'll chime in when I have something to say. This
Well-
is shit.
I'm sorry to hear you feel so bad. My food order is outside, so I'm going to leave Tanner and Lewis to primarily probe Ottermelon's mind and kind of get into their personal thoughts until we make our ascent. Written by Ottermelon. I wonder if he's here.
Maybe. Not really sure.
Hopefully we don't
All
have
right.
connection problems again.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, right?
Are
Yeah.
any of
Are any of us really here?
I was gonna
That's
say.
my
I
line.
mean, bruh.
I'll be right
Joe,
back.
are you drunk?
when is he not?
I mean, yeah.
Almost always. I am consuming a singular bottle of cider. That's it.
Fair enough.
Well, it's more than I'm having at the moment.
Nice.
Okay, I wasn't here for last time. Like, literally, what's like the procedure of this episode, or?
There really was not any format or structure last time we did
No,
this.
not
We had-
really. We kind of just talked about the stories and just kind of YOLO'd it for the most part. So just kind of talk about whatever, just prod Automelon's brain for his
Yeah,
story and
pretty
whatnot.
much.
Basically, just whatever
Yeah, but
comes
see,
to
that's the
mind.
thing. What am I supposed to do in terms of probing somebody's mind? Like,
If there's something like you wanted to know about, like what gave me, like X idea, or why did I write this character this way, or even like how much of that is just like you projecting from your own life, stuff like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, just what you thought about the story in general and all that.
that was the first question I wanted to ask. Was this seems personal, and it I think it related to all of us and resonated to all of us in different ways, and I'm wondering if this was personal for you in some way. If you don't mind me asking, if you can't get into it, if you, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm here, right? It's a good. I said like in the author's notes of that story that like I'm pretty sure I said in the author notes anyway that like a lot of it is taken from my own experience, and I think a good way to like sum it up is that like Umi, the main character, is 19 years old in that story, and I was 19 when I first started writing it. So if that doesn't tell you a lot about like how much of like myself that like I put into that situation, especially, I mean, not so much like the homecoming aspect of it and like reforming like lost relationships or whatever, that is something that is unique to the universe of or not unique, but like something that like I want to explore and not taken from my own experience. But what is taken from my own experience is like that feeling of isolation and like uncertainty. It's like, oh, you know, I'm doing what I'm quote unquote supposed to be doing now. I'm in college or university or whatever, and it's been more than a year, and for some reason I still don't feel like I'm getting anywhere, I guess, or I'm still like being held back or quote unquote held back by this thing that happened in the past. So yeah, that's that. I think that's probably the most significant or noticeable part of the story that is taken from my own experience, and that's something that I felt like would be relatable. So, you know, hearing everyone talk about how relatable it was, it's pretty what's the word?
Gratifying.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But it's not just Umi. I think like when all the other characters talk about like maybe like they feel a little bit dissatisfied or unsure or what have you, you know, normal parts of growing up.
Mm-hmm.
That's me. Yeah, that's me, quote unquote, as well. You know.
I hate
So-
admitting. Yeah, if I could make it about me, I kind of come from, well, two things. I related to that in the sense that, in a weird way, it's because I wound up dropping out of college, and
Yeah.
I'm sort of unsatisfied with that. I don't know why my accent and my voice got like really Midwestern there.
You're forgiven.
Unsatisfied. Plankton. But I've always been, that's always been a chip on my shoulder because I feel like there was like, in a way that I feel like I missed out on a lot of formative experiences, because I know academia has its own caveats and like there are inherent flaws with the education system, but there's that part of me that was like, I really would have loved to just have gotten really high or really drunk with friends and got myself into a stupid situation that I could learn from. That's such a dumb thing to say, but I guess in a way feeling, okay, that's a weird, that, and it felt like it would have opened up a lot of doors for me that are now harder to open, and I still have my chances and I'm still relatively happy with my life, but that's always been a chip on my shoulder. I don't know if that's a weird example.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense, and the fact that like even though your experience was pretty different than the one that I wrote about, you were still able to like connect to it, maybe in sort of like a wistful kind of way. I think that is also, you know, that's also pretty good to hear.
Yeah.
Like it's not really just my own experience that I'm writing about. It's like, for lack of a better word, the struggle of growing up, I guess.
Yeah, I can see
I mean,
that.
yeah. I mean, I used the funny red shooty man Deadpool as a vehicle to talk about redemption.
Right.
So, yeah.
There are weirder examples out there.
Yeah.
see, that's the thing as well. It's like Umi. I don't think this is like exclusive to your to we make our ascent, but because I think this is also in there's also bits of it in the actual show itself. But me and Harry were talking about this last week because we talked about a little bit about the initial stream of like the anniversary, and we're talking about like and Harry touched upon this quite nicely when he said that Umi doesn't mean to come off how she does. Like she's just in reality a bit of an anxious mess.
Right.
To put it mildly.
Yeah.
She has difficulty expressing herself, and as well.
That's something I can relate to sometimes, to be honest.
This is definitely something I relate to because I was don't get me wrong, like when I was in college, I enjoyed like the people around. I enjoyed like interacting with the people around me, but there were just times when I just didn't know, like.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Like sometimes it's hard. You come off maybe harsher than you really mean to sometimes, and like that gives people like a bad impression.
But it's like, but I just sometimes don't know how to put myself forward sometimes, and this still rings true to. It still rings true in a sense today. I'd like to think it's gotten a little bit better, but back in college I was way worse, and I think there was a lot of people I ended up unintentionally hurting just because I couldn't like put my say stuff. I couldn't say stuff properly. I couldn't be upfront with people, and it's like I said, that still happens today, and it's not something I'm proud of.
Yeah, it's really easy to hold things in.
Yeah, I think that's why Umi is such a good like vessel for that exploration, because it's already there, you know. So having to explore it isn't really, you know, it's hardly, it's very in character for her, and it's not really out of the question.
No, see, this is that's why this is what made me realize just how much I relate to Umi in general in like the Love Live in the Love Live lore, and it's just made me feel like a newfound appreciation for the character, really.
I'm glad I could help.
I mean, like this story definitely made like I don't know what to say about it, but like it made me appreciate Umi a lot more.
Well, no, because she's like your waifu. I mean, obviously.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I was gonna say.
Your name on here for a while was Umi, and Umi is precious, my guy.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Here's the lie.
Meanwhile, apparently my waifu is the dude who played Green Goblin in Spider-Man 1.
What?
Wait, wasn't that Willem
Dafoe?
Oh, yeah. Now I see why you have that nickname, Tanner.
He's also that guy in the Boondock Saints.
God damn it, you simp.
He was also
You can't say it on Twitch, boy.
Damn it.
evil motorcyclist.
Oh no, I apologize.
It's so wild. But yeah, I mean, I think I said this last week as well, but a lot of people write Umi off as like she's just, you know, she's hard to get through to, and she's kind of a stickler, and she's mean to her friends, so, you know, worst girl. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of true, but there's so much more to it than that. She's a very complex character.
People in general can be complex. It's not just.
Exactly.
I don't think it's as black and white as the like just.
It's not. Umi is. The thing is with that though is that the traits that Umi shows are people that the things that people in real life have to go through as well. It's not just a fictional character trait.
Yeah, it's not just like character mean, character nice. Like it's not that simple.
And I mean,
One thing I would go on.
did to not being able to speak up, because there have been this was a thing I had in high school especially, is that I don't want to go too into detail, but there was a friend group where I saw the red flags of being like a sheltered
hello?
autistic kid. You're almost just happy to have
Okay, hold on,
you're almost
Tanner.
just happy to have-
Tanner, I had, everything just kind of froze for me. I missed everything you said after, you saw red flags from your friends or something?
Yeah, I said that I guess in high school I was so sheltered that just having a friend group was something that I appreciated. Even when I
Okay.
saw red flags, I sort of turned a blind eye to them or didn't say anything when I really should have. And to an extent, that is a flaw that I'm still working on.
Yeah, no, I can, yeah.
And I definitely saw myself in Umi for that. I mean, Umi herself was kind of part of the problem there, but that's another thing. It's kind of
A lot.
appreciative is the fact that it was double-edged, because it is very, very easy to write something and be very one-sided in those sort of conflicts.
Yeah.
God, my voice is so scratchy.
The thing that got me is... Go
I
on.
might just mute for this entire episode. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Well, also, it's... When did... I can't... remind me, Harry, when was it when we were going through to Umekara-sen? It was like summer of last year, wasn't it?
When I sent the story to you specifically?
When you sent me the story, and then we started going through it as a group.
God, well, I mean, I don't remember when I showed you it specifically, like, it was sometime last year, I think, but...
Let me just make a quick search.
Because I don't remember that at all.
We read the story on air between May and August of 2020, if I recall.
Jeez. Alright then. Yeah, it was one of the first things we read. I think it was the first, like, long-form thing we read.
Yeah, definitely, because I remember a lot of the times I had to keep. I have a boom arm now for my microphone, but I had to have it on my lap so that my voice would translate properly when I'm doing my narrative voice.
Yeah.
So, but I know that around the time that this was happening, also as well, like both reading through it as on my own versus going through it as a group. Like there was a time in my life where I was where I ended up making the same mistake twice, like unintentionally hurting somebody just because I can't put myself forward. And then it happened again when I reconnected with someone like early to mid last year, and it was.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, Harry.
I'm not gonna say specifics.
Yeah. It's just, let's just say that I wasn't exactly proud of myself for the later part of last year.
Yeah, like we're all humans. Like we make mistakes like this sometimes.
Yeah, plus even if you say you're gonna do something, like it's easier said than done, right?
Yeah,
Especially if it's something that like it's a habit or it's ingrained in you already.
Yeah, it's like you can say like I'll be better next time, but it doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a reoccurring theme in a lot of things I write.
Damn.
There you go. But it's an important subject to tackle.
It is, and I'm. This is what makes me appreciate this story more, is because it does tackle something like that, and it came at the right time because it helped me in a sense deal with it.
That's what I'm here for. I suppose.
Thanks, man.
Obviously, I don't have mind reading powers.
Well,
don't know what all my readers are experiencing at the time. But like, but like I've said before, you know, taking like a
It came
general
along.
situation
It came
and
along
applying
at just the right time.
yourself.
So
Right.
One thing I would have really appreciated though is a friend, like an actual friend, as Frank as Maki.
Yeah, no, that would be
Because-
really nice.
Because that's something I think Umi in general should be grateful for, which she probably most likely is just the fact that that she per chance came across Maki at a university, someone she hadn't probably seen in a while.
Yeah.
Go on.
I think like I talked about this last week as well, but Maki is one there for like plot convenience. You know, she's the only one with songwriting and like musical knowledge of musical theory, so she's the only one who could help her out in that situation. But also, like, she's definitely like, she plays like the ideal friend to, I think, almost to a fault, because you know, like, she's so she's bent over backwards to the point that it's like, okay, well, how much more could you do here? And sometimes, like, I also look at her character throughout these 9 chapters, and I'm like, she's really the only one who isn't like struggling in a way. You know, she, like, everyone has their own mini arc going on off screen, like they're doing their own thing, or they're, you know, trying to adjust to their life after high school or whatever, but she's kind of just like chilling.
Yeah,
You know? So
yeah.
that is something that I think about sometimes. Like, is Maki like is she too static, or is she too, you know, idealized or something like that? I think like she works in the context of the story, but as far as like me handling her character goes,
Maki just comes across as somebody who's got the life sorted out at an early age. Like,
Yeah.
and I envy that so much.
yeah.
But like I said, like somebody like Maki to be able to fall back on and I'll not say rely on, but like being able to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like everyone would benefit from having a friend like that.
Everyone needs a Maki.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if no one else is gonna have their stuff together, I guess she has to pick up the slack.
But she's
we have a Maki. His name is Nova, and he's right here.
Oh yeah,
True.
Speaking of which, Nova does say in chat that relates to me in high school especially. I'm just like, yeah, big mood. That's why we love her.
Yeah.
And also,
Thanks for being our emotional punching bag, Nova.
thank you for your input as well.
And Joey also has a line, I remember when I had my life planned out. Now I'm a live streamer. Don't kill yourself.
Yeah.
and
Oh,
live
God.
stream. Hey, some people do live streaming for a living,
Yeah.
and that's how they provide for their kids.
Hey, I read the whole thing. I just didn't know how to condense all of it into, you know what I mean.
Oh. Once again, I had to teach myself.
And Nova's sassy like Maki, too.
Hey.
It's a perfect fit.
See, the thing is as well is that there was a time when I tried so hard to be like Maki, but then it just fell back and I ended up being like Umi.
Mm.
Duality of man.
Yeah, I think the pressure just got to me and fucked me.
Yeah.
That is something else too. That the story touches on, and also that is taken from my own experience. Is that like Umi's like she's like, you know, always top of her class, has good grades in high school, and then college comes around and basically smacks her in the face. That I can safely say that is directly taken from my own experience.
Man.
Yeah, I like got the warnings and stuff before I went to college too, and I was just like, oh, whatever, you know, I can like basically coast and it'll be fine, and it wasn't fine.
I know
So
that
that's
feeling.
like, yeah, that's not really something that what's the word? That's not something that the story touches on explicitly, but you can see it in like how she burns out.
One thing I do like, what it's interesting to see, like it is interesting to see the difference between Umi in SIP, and then when transitioning to Tomomakara Sen, like she seems to be in a similar position to Honoka in a sense, because she was essentially Honoka was to Umi is what Umi is to Maki in a sense. Like going from SIP to American Ascent, and it's and just like the shift in roles is very real, because and that's that's also the thing about this story, is just how real it really is. It doesn't pull any punches at all. Like everybody's written to sound believable. Everybody's like everything just feels relatable, and that's what blows me away even more, to be honest.
I feel like one of the best compliments that I got on that story was this one person who said, you have like a talent for taking like the larger than life world of Love Live and pulling it closer to our own. And I was just like, wow. Like, for one, I'm sorry, because like I kind of made everyone depressed, but also like that's pretty cool, you know?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Love Live is actually set in a fictional version of our world, so
Yeah, it does feel like larger than life sometimes, you know, or a lot of the times, or there are like some magical realism or fantasy elements that come in every now and again and throw it all for a loop, or like to move the story forward or what have
Anybody
you.
remember the ending of the Love Live SIP movie?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, like you don't really need to apologize for that. Like, to actually properly make quote unquote grounded and realistic interpretations of more fanciful source material, that is actually an art form. Like, it is very hard to make it to kind of make something more, and I'm using quotes here, grounded, without, you know, making it dull or boring, and you pulled it off, so congratulations.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That is a daunting task in its own right, and I do speak from experience there. That is, yeah, you did a great job with that.
Yeah, if I can,
Oh, thank you.
yeah, if I could just say this about the story, I think keeping your reader's engagement is like one of the most important things, and I can say that like pretty much from the start to the end, I was like engraved into the story with like pretty much every word.
You were in the grave?
I don't know.
I know what you mean, but yeah.
Were you
Yeah,
etched into the text?
you know what I mean. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to nobody's bring up something. I need to read his comments aloud because it the viewer has no context for it. Yes, Nova at 8:20 p.m. Eastern Time said, High School Umi was basically a female version of me around that age. I got much better after leaving, but still. Once again, I had to teach myself some things since I couldn't rely on my parents to help much. And he basically ends by saying, the people who say characters like Umi are simple have never felt too alone or unloved or unpopular in their own lives, or they possibly don't really understand anxiety.
Yeah.
When you think about it, it's weird how a lot of us ended up really relating to Umi as a collective.
That's pretty funny.
Because we all fucking dweebs.
Yeah, but I'll own up to that.
As far as characters to relate to in the original Love Live School Idol project, I see like a lot of people who relate to her, and Ellie, I think, probably the most. So I guess there's like a certain character archetype there that, you know, begs for character exploration.
It's like in Sunshine. I can imagine a lot of people relate to Daya in a sense because she
For sure.
like from the beginning she was she had her heart broken, and she didn't want anybody, and she didn't want the younger students to make the same mistakes as she did.
Yeah.
Like get her hopes up and then have them crashed. And honestly, it's kind of poetic in a sense because brief spoiler warning, but at the end of towards the end, the latter half of Sunshine, the hopes kind of did get dashed in a way.
Yeah.
I'm still planning to watch more of Love Live.
I mean,
basically,
I have my. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, so basically what I'm saying is keep your fucking mouth shut.
You're lucky I didn't go into proper plot details.
Yeah, I have a lot of opinions on how Love Live Sunshine has handled that specific character conflict between Daya and characters who will not be named. But to take that how you, I think, what's a good way to put it? I think there's better fan exploration for it out there than the show did. Like the show did a worse job of it than like what fan content went and took, like the direction that fan content took it in.
That's relatable for a lot of media, though. There's a set kind of standard that the vanilla show goes into, and then a lot of like attentive fans kind of tend to pick things apart and then expand on it.
I think the thing as well with fan content is that there's no limit, because like with the actual official media, that they do need to like set a limit for a lot of things.
That's true.
And they also have to keep in mind of their target audience and whatnot. So some things are gonna suffer in translation because of it, I feel.
I guess none of us have a team of writers to consult on, your storyboarding or any of that fun stuff.
Yeah, it's another thing of like, there's like tons of people working on like the project, so.
But yeah, talking about Love Light Sunshine is a story for another day. maybe when I actually finish a story in that series.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about Sunshine when we actually read a story from that series.
I'm literally just waiting for. I'm just waiting for the double of the next series, to be honest. Before I think about.
I'm going to leave again because I don't know why. I need to go get like gum or something or a mint because my breath just turned into diesel fuel for no reason.
Fair enough.
That's concerning.
Oh god.
I will say also it's I kind of relate to Yoshiko because obviously live streamer.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was gonna say this. Talking about Sunshine effects, like I don't know if you're still planning on doing this at some point, but I think Scrappy said he wanted to do a Yoshiko story or something.
This is the first I've heard.
He's
She's a
mentioned
big
it.
nerd, so
Yeah.
can't help but love her.
I don't think that Yoshiko can actually be disliked, to be honest. Like, it's not a thing about her that can ever really be disliked.
Definitely like teased and made fun of, but no, not straight up.
No.
Unless you really don't like the whole Chunibyo shtick.
Yeah, I guess that is something the show addresses though pretty well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like this particular fic is just when it I don't know what more I can say really about it that I ain't already said.
Well, I do appreciate what you said so far.
You're welcome. But it's truth because there are certain things out there that just seem to come along at the right time, almost as if it's fate. I'm still on the fence of whether I'm a big believer in fate, but
Right.
I'm leaning more towards it because some coincidences are too fucking stupid to ignore. But that's beside the point.
God just having a giggle.
Yeah, he's having a giggle at her expense,
Yeah.
just hiding away wherever he is. But that's beside the point. It's like I said, I was going through some really difficult times during like the summer to autumn of last year, and I think this. I don't think I would have gotten through it as well. So I'm not going to say great as I did, but because I was still a mess by New Year. But I probably would have been even more messy if I wasn't able to like read it and just.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I am not good with words tonight.
I think I know what you're getting at. Sometimes you just gotta look at something and then be like, yes, that's me right there.
Yeah.
It was written out of like this, really like unsure time, like emotional time in my life, and by the time I think that I graduated college a couple of years later, like that wasn't there anymore. Like my trajectory, I guess, wasn't really the same as the one that Umi took. But I guess that's kind of why it's taken me so long to. My life hasn't gone at all the way I expected, after I graduated high school, so that's still the same. But also, like, the state that Umi is in, like, it kind of feels like she's, like, trapped in this really one specific moment, whereas I've already gotten past it, and, like, having to go back to it feels like...
Even moving to university, even moving into a dorm, like, she's still not able to be, get past it because it was something that it's something big that happened. Like one of her best friends, in fact, and it was just. And can you just imagine like that happening, and then just like, for lack of a better term, pissing off to university and just not looking back.
Yeah.
Like. That's not gonna put anyone in a good mental state, because like there's certain things like you can't run from.
Yeah. It will come back to bite. It will eventually come back to bite you in the ass.
And good lord, did it bite her in the ass?
Yeah.
Personally, I'm glad I'm the kind of person that tries to fight all my problems head on. Unfortunately, that brings its own form of problems.
Yeah.
Grass is always greener.
Yeah.
I guess you've got to be selective about how you deal with your problems.
Yeah, I'm not. If I can't fight it in one way or another, then it's gonna rip me apart inside to out.
Would not recommend the Umi method either.
Nah.
I mean, if you like locking yourself in your room and listening to sad music, I do like that. So,
Oh man.
Both sides of the coin are dangerous and destructive in their own ways.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't be sad music. It'd probably be Eurobeat and Silver Gunner. But even then, just trying to trap like things that you yourself have done in the past, like when it's unresolved as well.
Yeah.
It's like you just left in the middle of the night. Umi left like didn't look back, and all she did was all she seemed to. I haven't gone back and read it, but
I think she
from
like
what I remember,
she was like, she dipped and she was like, all right, bye, I'm sorry.
Like she
And
left
she
a
was
note.
saying that, and
Yeah.
she didn't.
Thanks for the good night. By the way, I'm off. Bye.
Pretty much.
But I'm off to get some milk. If it doesn't come back.
Can you imagine any worse way to go about it?
Yeah, right.
Gotta
yeah,
find
that's
that sweet vanilla Coke, yeah?
Yeah, but it's yeah, honestly, just leaving notes is not a good way to do it.
No, it's not. It's probably the well,
Messages via Facebook isn't a very good way to do it either, and that's sad to say. That's kind of how I fucking ended. That's kind of the mistake I did way back when.
yeah.
I
I think
just
it's if you can tell them in something personal like that in person, then you probably should.
Yeah, I get it though.
Yeah.
I mean, if I that's why I wrote it, but
Yeah.
I get the impulse.
Yeah. It's scary. Is the thing. Like you don't want to you know, go and actually say it.
Yeah.
that's kind of why I'm glad I did it how I did the second time, even though I shouldn't have fucking done it in the first place. Is whatever I said in person, even though I had to go into the fucking McDonald's toilet and prepare myself.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
And justify the means or something.
Yeah.
Well, something like that. But it wasn't exactly. But like I said, it kind of mucked me up for a bit, and like a lot of people. And lockdown obviously didn't help because it kept me stewing with my thoughts after the fact. Because it was like 2 months after the fact that lockdown started, and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
This is what it's going to turn into. Me just sat at home, just
Collective experience.
that was a collective experience. We're coming out of it, thankfully, but like slowly but surely. And one thing that's something I'm glad of is is that I can go and see people again and talk to them. That's kind of why I just said to myself, if I need to talk about it, I'll just talk about it. Because I've got friends I can talk to. I shouldn't be too scared about doing so.
Yeah.
Because what they're gonna do, laugh at you.
Yeah.
If they're your friends, I mean, if they're your friends, they'll offer you advice. If they're your best friends, they'll probably laugh at you, then offer you advice.
Yeah.
It's true.
And believe me, I've had a lot of friends that have left, but like I've just been like, fair enough. That's the thing. That's also another thing I appreciate is the effects that Umi goes through as a result of bottling up literally everything.
Yeah. One of my friends, when he was reading who also likes the story, pointed out that like she has like two, I guess, homecomings of sorts in a way. Like the first one is literally when she comes home, and you could probably say it's like that first scene on the rooftop with Honoka in chapter 5 where they talk about like, you know, they have that first heart to heart, but that's kind of like that's kind of this like idealized version of it because they're not really addressing the real problem.
Yeah.
They're skirting around it.
Yeah, so like the second homecoming, the real one is when she decides like, okay, well, enough is enough basically, and I'm going to do this and like take all the consequences that come with it. And then obviously that she does not take it well, but like it's necessary.
It's a necessary evil, as they say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that one of my friends pointed that out to me, and I was like, wow, I did not mean. I mean, I did from a plot perspective. I meant to do that, but also from, you know, a reader perspective, I guess how they would see that. It didn't really, you know, I didn't really account for that, but I was like, yeah, totally, you know, that works. I've had the whole thing planned out basically since 2016, but.
What, including the last few chapters?
Yeah, but I guess it's like I said earlier. It's like I feel like I have to go back to that place that I was when I first started writing it, like to keep going. That's I guess like the longer it goes on, the harder it is for me to do that. So it still feels possible, definitely, but
I believe you can do it.
thanks. it's chapter 10 is partly written, but I haven't touched it in a while. So
That's fair.
there you go for what that's worth.
Just take your time. Not things like that shouldn't obviously be rushed.
Yeah.
And believe me, I've got my own story to think about. That's taking its time. Just because I can't find right ways to write it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I need to start writing stories myself.
I might just take some time tomorrow to do that.
Yeah.
Another collective experience.
I don't know what. I don't know
Alright,
how.
my best tip for starting writing, right?
Go on.
Okay.
Open up a notepad or a WordPad or whatever, and just start.
I
I
knew
mean,
that was coming.
that's a fair point. Yeah, it's just like,
No,
yeah.
As ridiculous as that sounds, like, you just have to sit in front of a blank page with a keyboard. And trust me, keyboard is easier than paper.
No, I can get that. Yeah, my hand starts to cramp up too, like, if I write for too long.
Well, that, and if you start with paper, then you end up with a SpongeBob meme of the most dramatic vert ever.
It's also way easier to correct yourself on like a computer rather than on like pen.
There's only so
hands too.
Yeah.
there's only so much time you can sit there looking at a blank screen until you start listening to Doom music, and it's
And then you write Doom fanfiction.
Jeez.
yeah.
And then he killed more demons. The end.
look, just put on, if you're trying to write a dramedy, just do what I do and put on like Bo Burnham's Make Happy and then just roll from there. Or like, I mean, no. In honesty though, that's a good thing. That's why so many creative writing classes do writing prompts, is that it is give you a setup and then you're just gonna spill out this mental diarrhea and see what happens, you know?
Right.
Like I wasn't expecting like tonight to be a sort of like a mini therapy session, if you know what I mean.
Well,
It just turned out that way.
from what I heard, that's what reading this story turns into.
Always.
It's a very therapeutic story, and those are the kind of stories that I somehow end up reading a lot, because I must be one fucked up person sometimes.
Yeah, take a break from the 1,000 word one shots or what have you.
just find a story that's like, I don't know how many total words that To Make Our Sense has so far.
It's 80,000.
Yes, find something like that and just absorb yourself in it. It'll do you a world of good eventually.
It's astounding how much cheaper and also more effective this has been than any therapy session I've been to.
Damn,
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Hey, therapy is like it's a crapshoot sometimes. Like you have to click with your therapist too.
Yeah.
No, it is.
One thing I'd appreciate from a therapist is just them being frank with me.
Yeah.
Frank, yeah, like being able to being able to being able to joke with you, but like sort of like a Judge Judy kind of way.
Mm.
The ideal therapist is Judge Judy. The ideal.
Have you seen? Off topic for a moment. Have you seen how how she handles the cases like that? That's just some genuinely impressive stuff. And like for me, she was either going to be a judge or a fucking therapist.
I think I'd rather her be my therapist and not the judge of my court case.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But I will say about the writing process, though, I feel like I cheat a lot when it comes to like coming up with ideas and also like getting themes, because basically all the stuff I've written is based off of music that I listen to, and that includes Till We Make Our Ascent. So, that's my tip, I guess. If you have like some song that speaks to you or whatever, because I listen to a lot of music. And I grew up listening and playing a lot of music, so
No.
Music is a good influence.
definitely.
Again, I do write a lot of again, I take a lot of inspiration from music and a lot of comedians. Like, again, Bo Burnham, who falls under both of those umbrellas, kind of influences how I write in a weird way.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's like it's not really. I mean, maybe if you're afraid of like stealing ideas, when it's
Yeah.
fan fiction, you're not gonna.
you're
No one's gonna
already
come after you.
with a pre-established character.
Yeah, and sometimes it's nice to.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's nice to like have the the theme or the tone set up for you, because that's usually where I start.
It's funny. It's funny because my writing style in like more recent years, from like the late 2010s, has just ended up being like an amalgamation of the writing style of Rooster Teeth when it comes to Ruby and the Marvel movies, the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies.
Oh boy, I'm glad we don't have more viewers, because you would be getting clowned on instantly right now. And you know what? I have too much integrity. That's a lie, but I have too much integrity to do it right now. It's more that I'm too tired.
Okay. Level with me. Why would I be getting clowned?
Because you talked about... Because you said that your main inspirations are Ruby and the Marvel movies.
And
The Marvel
If-
Universe and Ruby are a good point as any to receive any form of inspiration for starting a writing career.
No, it's fair. I'm just being a dick.
if anybody's got a problem with like with things that I'm inspired by, then that's their problem.
You're inspired by what you're
I mean, they have a
inspired
ton of fanfic tags in AO3 for a reason.
by.
You know?
Yeah. No, yeah. I'll be honest.
This-
I wasted this entire thing. I didn't get a good joke out of it.
Well, there's a reason. There is, to be fair, there is a reason why storytelling in the MCU is as good as it is because of how the characters are written. So
I'm going to be honest with you guys. My
Debate with you that varies from movie to movie, but
I'm going to be honest with you guys. My inspiration on where I get inspired for my writing actually comes from the original Halo trilogy and Stargate.
I can get that.
valid.
Nice.
Honestly, though, your inspirations should be kind of, at least for me, my inspirations are really all over the place because there's a lot of dramatic stuff and there's a lot of like the parody piss take stuff. There's a lot of like early Simpsons influenced me. And it really is something where I feel like it's good to have inspirations that are not just whatever, if you're doing fanfic, not just your source material.
Really good. It's a really good. That's actually really interesting to think about, because
Yeah.
I mean, like I actually got my start writing My Little Pony fanfics when I was like
Oh yeah, bro.
15, I think. So, but
how long ago was that?
okay, well now you're all gonna know how old I was, but or how old
I
am.
don't. I'm okay. If you don't want to say anything,
No, it's fine. I'm not uncomfortable with it or anything. But
Okay.
I published my first fanfic in 2011, so there you go. And I was 15, so just do the
Right.
math.
Wait a minute, we're like the same age. I don't like this.
Kind of assumed that.
You're older than me.
That's a
I
little
think.
surprising.
Hang on. You were 15. No, wait, you're a year younger than me. Never mind. I was. I was-
Once you get to a
Aren't I
certain
still
I think.
technically the youngest person affiliated with
I'm
Seaspring?
22.
I think so. I
Once you
think.
get to a certain age, by a certain age I mean the mid-20s, it's all the same.
Yeah, pretty
mean-
much. Like I've like yeah.
I mean, me personally, I'm 22 years old, born in October, so 23 this year.
Yeah, and I'm 23, so.
Yeah, I know Scrappy.
26.
I know Harry's older than me. Something to do with going to the same school or something, but no, that wouldn't have any
Lol.
effect on that. Wouldn't know anything about Harry from that.
Jeez.
So What did
Call me, I have
Character said-
blackmail.
What did
I
Harry-
honestly
tell
don't.
Harry, tell us about what Harry did in Afghanistan.
See, it all started.
I'm gonna,
Alright,
I'm gonna cut this off at the. I'm gonna nip this in the bud right
yes, can please.
We reached our war crime joke quota that now exists.
Apparently.
Can you
now. I
just
hate all of you.
anyway?
It's fine, my streams have a quota to say cannibalism every single stream, so you know.
Believe me, I know
Nice.
this. I think I said it about 3 times when I went to your stream last.
Yep.
Wait, no, Joey. That's so specific. So,
Yes, it is.
why are you so obsessed with eating people, Scrap? Joey.
It's not me! It's the rest of my team!
Why is your team obsessed with eating people?
I don't know! It became a thing where, like, eventually just every stream someone would mention cannibalism, and now there's a freaking gif for it that I put up every time someone mentions
A
cannibalism.
literal dancing
Oh my
raccoon, if I
God.
remember correctly.
No, it's like a T-posing raccoon spinning
Oh.
around above another raccoon that only has one leg.
How?
I would probably make.
Anyway! Anyway!
Yeah.
Back,
Moving on.
back to the topic of fan-written stories.
Yeah, moving on.
That's right, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Want to move on to the next pick, or do we have more to say about this?
Oh gosh.
I've said my piece.
I've said mine as well.
Dang, no, bro. Tell us how you really feel.
Oh, fuck!
God damn it! No, now I have to kill him. Now there can only be one. There. This is it. This is it. It's the Highlander of terrible tangential comedy. I'm ready to
Oh, for context, Nova just said, "Why is Joe even here again? He derails talks worse than Tanner."
I'm glad that I have someone who can just make me look normal by comparison.
Oh my
To me,
god.
can I just say, in fairness, it's oh god, yeah, you two would be
No.
bad. You wouldn't even get an episode done without talking about cannibalism.
It would be like, what if Cumtown was terrible?
Oh.
Anyway,
Wow. Okay.
Anyway, all I'll say is like just my last piece on this in general, like facing up to mistakes and everything like that. It's made me like reevaluate my own. Sorry. Oh fuck. It's made me reevaluate my own, and it's because that's ultimately what I've ended up making mine about. And I didn't even realize it until I read that. I was like, oh shit.
Your own fic or stories
Yeah.
that you worked on. That might be the highest form of flattery, honestly.
Yeah, it's like it. For reference, mine is a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fanfiction.
A what?
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Got it.
It's my favorite game. So stop.
For sure. I respect that.
Yeah.
And Pokemon does have a pretty pretty wide audience, so
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
to say the least.
I've got a good. I've got a fair few followers who are probably wondering where the bloody hell my next chapter is.
Probably
Wow.
just due to the
Same.
advent of multiple generations, and also that the stories. Well, the games themselves, the gameplay has a lot of different facets and ways you can play it that appeals to different people.
It's funny because though it's like Mystery Dungeon. Mystery Dungeon is a completely different ball game in itself than the main series the main series games, because it's let's just say that it's part of like a sub series of games itself, where Pokemon ended up being the most popular iteration of that sub series. There's also Chocobo Mystery Dungeon, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I know the
No, you don't just brush off that game. That's it. That game is incredible, and I recommend people look for that.
I'll have a look, but yeah, but that my yeah. I think I've pretty much said all I need to say about Troublemaker Ascent.
Yeah,
So-
I'm glad
Fair
glad
enough.
it had such an impact on you,
Thank you.
Lewis, and you all in general.
Sincerely, mate. Thank you so much for that fanfic.
Yeah, we
Hopefully that won't be, like I said, 9 out of 11 chapters done, and I keep increasing the chapter count. So
Wait, really?
it was originally okay. My initial projection for finishing that story was 30,000 words. And you can see how that ended up. But I really mean it this time. Only 2 chapters left.
Okay.
Stole my life. Anyway, look forward to it, please.
Oh, believe
Oh,
me,
we definitely will.
Most definitely will. Also, I was trying to congratulate you earlier, but I was coughing up a storm and didn't want the mic to catch that.
That's totally
Oh.
fine.
Came across now. I appreciate it, and thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone else has said it for me. It has been a wonderful experience, and we look forward to the rest. And it was certainly interesting for me to read live.
Yeah, I was definitely curious about how you guys would have taken it because, well, one because of the subject matter in general, and two because, I think I said this last time, but a couple of our readers haven't even seen Love Live before, so it's just kind of an interesting dynamic.
Yeah,
It sold me on the series.
well, I can't think of any higher praise than that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
it's funny
It
because
was-
it's like, go on.
It was probably one of the hardest stories for me to personally voice act for, but it was
If we're gonna get to that, let's get to what's the next fic, because I will say that there are 2 fics here that I share the same sentiments about.
Oh, really?
Boy,
Okay.
next pick on the docket for discussion. It should probably be the hold that thought. Next one on the docket would be Local Man Finds Arcade Turbotastic. So that's the
ah,
I have okay.
Okay.
To be truthful, I haven't been here for that one, so
Yeah,
I
don't-
think
I don't think
think-
Lewis was here for most of the stories.
yeah. I think I've ended up missing quite a lot because either scheduling conflicts or probably too tired.
Yeah. I mean, it's usually me, Scrappy, Tanner, and Nova.
yeah. You all are free to join us if you like. More readers is nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Usually.
me and Scrappy specifically have talked a lot about wanting, like, more readers for story time.
Well, sometime in the future, I may come back and offer my ASMR narrative voice again.
no, let it be Joey, so that way I can listen to for an entire episode.
Don't be mean.
Wow.
Okay, so it's all in good fun.
Episodes of this show to realize that's basically my thing is that I'm just an asshole.
Mm.
So, Lewis, it sounded like you had like final thoughts, and I didn't want to. The voice acting portion of this will probably take a while, so by all means, go on.
All right, so yeah, my final thoughts are to anybody whether they've seen Love Live or not. I definitely recommend, but you're also like going through like a rough patch, or even if not, it's definitely a fic that's worth going and checking out.
I think
Because by itself, it's a fantastic read.
I think the best thing about it is that I don't think you really need to be a fan of Love Live to really get into it. It's just a good story, full stop, I think.
growing up sucks.
Yeah, it's very relatable.
It does, but
Adulting is hard, am I right?
adulting is hard, but sort of things can make it easier.
Yeah.
But
So-
yeah, so it's Tillamook Ascent by Ottermelon on archiveofourown.org. Go check it out if you want something great to read. And that's
me.
all from me. That's him.
Yeah.
We thank you
That's
for
this-
your
that's this-
contributions,
that's-
Lewis.
You're very welcome. Go follow the Mad Lad Ottermelon. Go follow Super Mario Sonic Lover on Twitch and subscribe to my OnlyFans. That's all. No. Also, C's Brain commentaries on YouTube. That is all.
When we actually do things, but yeah.
I'll,
That's a
we'll
subject.
be talking about this tomorrow, Harry.
Yeah, this is a subject for another day.
Yeah, not in the middle of a story time with Scrappy episode. Specifically, not the anniversary stream.
Yeah.
But that's everything.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna dip and have yourselves a great night.
All right. See ya.
Thank you. Likewise.
See you.
Take care.
Coolio.
Okay, so where was I? Yeah. This was a story. Just speaking for the actual live reading of it. The process of reading the story was one of highs and lows.
Honestly, talking about it with everyone makes me want to finish it that much more, just so, I'd get more episodes of this.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
I
gosh.
will say that Nico was great because she's, I don't know. Again, I guess I
Nico.
kin her. I guess I kin her in a way because sometimes I have trouble reading social cues. Sometimes I can be very loud and occasionally overly sarcastic, and I'm just quirky like that. I'm not like the other girls.
You chose a good one. You chose a good character.
Yeah. I love that they, again, I talked about this last time. I love that they didn't even brief me on this. They just said, "You're Nico," and I said, "Okay."
It was pretty funny. Like, this character is just perfect for you.
I'm gonna, what? I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
It is a compliment. Like, honestly, like you.
In the show, she well, I don't know about the dub, but in the sub version, she definitely talks with all of that. For lack of a better word, that you did in the reading. So totally.
No, I think after a while it was just reading, and I realized, okay, I can get into this. I can play this, and call this. This is just because I'm a theater kid and somehow also straight, but that does give me the same vibe as like table reads, where the first few reads we'll do of a play or something, I will be the stammering through it, and then after a few nights of doing the same show over and over, it's like, okay, I've come into my own with this character, and that is definitely the sense I got with Nico. And boy, when I came into my own, did I come, I should have worded that better.
I understand what you mean, and
Yeah.
like we chose Nico because I think Harry and I just are endlessly entertained by her.
Yeah, I think
when we were watching.
Nico and Yoshiko are probably the most entertaining characters.
I get
Yeah.
behind that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm loving
Like-
all this. Well, no, she's easily like the most memed character.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so there's Nico. I think Ottermel went in on this last time. There's she's like deceptively multifaceted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They probably have have the most depth out of any of the characters in which the universe they inhabit. My English is really bad right
It's
now.
fine. Yeah, Nico. I think I went over this when we were reading Till We Make Our Ascent proper. But yeah, Nico is.
She deserves her own long story, basically.
Yeah,
definitely.
she's exceptionally sardonic, but that's partially because she knows how the sausage is made in the idol industry.
Yeah.
I think.
I will say that also was a thing that I want to compliment you on with her comic relief moments, is that for the most part, oh god, that sounds backhanded, but they were genuinely really funny, and writing comedy, no matter who you are, is a laborious task.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you put a gun to my head and told me you have to write funny, I would be like, just shoot me, you know?
Yeah,
I can't come up with it, like, if I had to.
Yeah, and funny is different for different people.
Yeah.
And no, keep in mind, like, I don't think I'm as funny live as when I'm writing a certain character I mention ad nauseum. but even with that character, that in itself is a daunting task, because now you're not just writing a comic relief character. The story centers around him, and I have to, like, Bill Oakley of The Simpsons talked about this. Writing a TV comedy is less sitting around cracking jokes with your friends at the writing table, and more being exhausted and sitting in a, like, hot room for 14 hours hoping everything works.
I could never.
By the way, Bill Oakley is great because he went from running seasons 7 through 9 of The Simpsons, which many would argue is the best show, the best seasons of that show. Those were the show's glory years. And then after a while, he just said, you know what, screw it, left. And now he's just a YouTuber who reviews fast food. Which is honestly the fucking dream. To just go from being the head writer for the most critically acclaimed TV comedy of all time, to just saying, I'm gonna be Joey's World Tour now.
So, wait, what was I saying? Yeah, Nico is... Joey, you can review fast food at your own leisure. So, yeah, we're talking about... Yeah, Nico is great, and yes, she just fits you like... Her character fits you like a glove, and... I'm trying to... Honestly, I think to some degree the Super Mario Show did kind of serve as a nice little dry run for your talents on this. Tanner, you're just good at voicing sardonic assholes.
Oh, that's amazing.
Thank you.
Like-
You know what, I'm gonna wear that. I'm gonna wear that on my sleeve.
Nothing to be ashamed of. You bring a very specific energy, and it works for a lot.
I've taken it. In spirit, I really just want to be the teacher who talks shit on students when they lose. That's all I want to be in life. I
And
want to host a class just so I can roast every student. That's all I want.
That's amazing.
And yeah, since Nova's muted right now, let's embarrass him for a few minutes.
Nova was fucking great as Umi.
Yeah.
Maki.
Oh, yeah, Maki.
I'm Umi.
Maki, sorry, it's been a bit.
Oh yeah, I do have to agree with that.
Yeah.
Just if the perfect what's the word? Putting Umi in her place, as it were. You know. Good job getting that to come across, basically. And you know, it's not easy either, because she has I think she has the second most lines in that story up to this point.
I believe that.
Yeah, she's basically a main character herself.
And yeah, since Lewis is gone now, I just want to again extend my thanks for him handling narration for parts of the story, because it was definitely necessary for my vocal cords to recover.
I that listening to the series, it made me feel like the last time I read aloud was probably when I was in elementary school. So it's not easy, and it's
No,
totally
it's
different.
not.
You know, especially when you're acting out the parts.
It also
Boy,
makes
that
you...
act out.
It also just makes you... I feel like it makes you feel a lot more self-conscious than just
bet.
reading by yourself.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely... definitely both writing and reading. Honestly, I always feel like I'm gonna be burned at the stake. I feel like Joan of fucking Arc whenever I have to be critiqued on something. And the weird thing is, it's almost never the gut punch. It's never the crucifixion I think it's gonna be. It's almost always just like, hey, work on this. But there's that part of your mind that just gets this imposter syndrome of like, am I a real writer?
Yeah.
Do I have what it takes?
Yeah, it'd be like that.
No. Honestly, no, but I was gonna say something way worse about the slapping thing we typed in chat, and I might share it with you, because I came up with a concept that is, racially insensitive, to say the least.
Oh gosh.
I say that after I've already accused one of my co-hosts of being a war criminal.
God.
Nova says I wanted to play off Watermelon saying putting her in her place by making a kind of lewd joke about myself, but I'll spare Scrappy the grief. He's probably already tired. Yes, I am already tired. I'm always tired.
Mood.
This is what happens pretty often in here, doesn't it?
It does. Honestly, I just exist to, like, harass or gaslight Scrappy.
Damn it, Scrappy, you didn't need to read it. Yeah, you know what, Nova? You have put me through a year of passive-aggressive comments.
Now sleep in it, motherfucker.
This is amazing. I love it.
You and Tanner have been my tormentors for a year.
Aw, flattery will get you nowhere. Ooh.
I love you, but you're assholes.
It really is.
Christ,
just-
what are we, your pets?
I'm so glad. I'm so happy that this is our dynamic. This is all I've ever wanted.
Shut up, Nova.
Girls in their place. Nova, you can't. Nova, we're on a fanfic reading podcast. You don't get to say that about anyone here.
Oh dear. So anyway, Nova was great as Maki. He's a beloved member of our team. But screw him.
He really is just the Chad to all of our collective virgins.
Didn't we get in trouble for comments? Like, why am I reading this aloud? Y'all need to talk. I can't be reading aloud.
I thought you were gonna say y'all need Jesus.
That is a choice you will have to
need
make for
something.
yourselves.
Not sure if it's Jesus, but you'll need something.
God.
Alright.
So, yeah, I did like reading this. Like, don't let my kind of tired.
You can
No,
do
let
both
my-
at the same time.
Yeah.
Like it and also be tired by reading it. It's a grind, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess since you said I was just really always feeling bad complaining about it because
No,
it's a good story.
If this was in the hands of someone else, it would probably be like 25% shorter.
Probably.
Because like I'm like a long-winded writer, you know, and like I'm not afraid to talk about that or admit that.
I think the other thing as well is that again, it's we're reading this for a series. Is like it's different from just reading it in your own time.
Yeah, that's.
Room like 17 times.
I think it went to the bathroom a lot during the pony story.
In fairness, there was a lot of that was also me running on like 3 shots of gin.
Yeah, that's fair. Speaking of like kind of like how reading it in your head is usually way shorter than reading aloud. Yeah, that'll take us to a one-shot Tanner and I read one night, but we'll get to that down the line. But first, we need to discuss. First of all, we need to discuss the first story we read kind of concurrently with Till We Make Our Ascent. It was actually a two-shot story about Disney's Wreck-It Ralph. Local man finds arcade turbo-tastic. It was one of the, I think to date, might have been the last episode to feature Xavier, and the story was suggested by him, actually.
A lot of my memory of this one is pretty, like, gone, so...
I remember it pretty clearly because I had a interesting night before due to illness. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. It was just a fun... It was just a nice... How did I describe it? I described it kind of... I'm sorry, I'm just looking at Glowbox on the screen. It's distracting me so much. I'm sorry. It was like reading a nice Disney Adventures tie-in comic. That's the vibe I got, and it just felt very homey and nostalgic.
Yeah.
And the story was great, and I loved the backup chapter they had. And just kind of the attempts at expanding the universe of what was only one movie at the time, because, again, that story was actually written like just a few days after the movie came out. And it's just impressive how well thought out it is.
Yeah, I remember it being pretty good in that sense.
Now, the other thing I remember of that specific episode was Tanner accidentally going on a 30-minute tangent on MLP.
See, that I don't remember.
I remember it because it was actually before we read the second chapter, because Tanner thought we were done with one. So that's it. That episode has a special place in my heart. So, another story we read, like kind of concurrently with the Love Live story, was just a cute little one-shot I read like a decade ago called "How Tommy Met His Screwdriver."
Oh yeah, okay, I remember this.
Yes, and that is how, and that's to bring something full circle. That episode in particular is probably the epitome of reading aloud versus reading in your head. Because that is a short...
That episode was awful.
It was hilarious.
It was... And half of it was me wasting my jokes on, like, a stupid Chronoman reference.
Man, I don't even remember that.
Not me neither.
Speaking of which, I actually... This is unrelated, but I do have, like, an insatiable urge, and I'm gonna do this tomorrow to just make pudding.
Look, pudding is good. You don't have to lose control of your life to do it.
Yeah.
But that story is just... It's a short little thing you could probably read in like 10 minutes, but... Because this is story time, we took like an hour.
Yeah. Oh man.
I think that was also the first episode of Storytime where I actually had to sing aloud, which was some dark foreshadowing for Till We Make Our Sense later episodes.
Oh yeah.
I'm the fucking theater kid here, and I can't sing. Really does give me imposter syndrome. Like.
I mean, I'm also a theater kid who can't sing, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I played a deep voiced. I wasn't Willy Wonka, but I played an Oompa Loompa who had one deep voice line to himself. I don't like the look of it. Can't even do it right now.
Hey, Nova's unmuted again. Welcome.
Just come
Yeah,
in and bully us.
Yeah, I was about. Yeah, I was about to say, because you brought up the whole theater kid again, as well as Scrappy being a theater kid. It's like you say, you can't say anything because you're on a fanfiction reading show. It's like, fuck you. Who's the one with the deepest voice here, or can at least reach the deepest voice?
Me?
And who's... keep dreaming, Scrappy. Anyway, anyway,
Oh, I need
anyway,
that thing.
you can't say anything either because you're the theater kid, Tanner.
I
Rather
think you
you...
admit it.
It's true, but I'm straight and not a neoliberal, so it's fine.
Can I just say that I was live on stage in Prague once?
Congratulations.
Yes, actually.
I played the villain in a Neil Simon play. I played Count Yuskevich in Fools. He was fun.
I played drums for the quote-unquote orchestra for a theater production once. Does that count?
Yes.
Okay, You
Nice.
know what? That's fair. That's fair.
It's about all my experience.
It is true, and you know what? I'll give you even more leeway. Nova, I sent you a bunch of childhood pictures earlier, and Harry, I wish you could edit them in because they are fucking hilarious. And honestly, I'm looking at my younger self, and my haircut makes me look like I'm about to mega evolve into Tucker Carlson.
Oh my god.
Alright, we have used up all of our political capital for today.
Alright.
And for the next several weeks.
Yeah.
Well, you could just ban politics.
We do. Everyone else brings them up except for me.
I don't.
I don't say anything about them, really.
Actually, when have I been political here?
You barely show up, that's why.
God, it really
Not
is,
the point.
isn't it? Anyway, tune in next week where I find a fanfic about Israel.
Oh my god.
Asriel Dreamer from Undertale? Sure.
Let's not scare off Watermelon, please. He's nice.
No. No, if I wanted to scare him off, I'd mention Palestine.
Okay, now I'm gonna cut
Yeah,
that
okay,
one
maybe
there.
I'm gonna cut it back here. It's not even good enough jokes to justify me letting it go on this long. Barely jokes.
I've lost my train of thought. Oh, gosh.
Barely.
Oh! Yeah, you know what? No, we're not even... Because of that, we're not even going over to the next story. We're skipping it and jumping to the Black Panther story.
I wasn't here for this one.
It was, I think it was after Till We Make Our Ascent. We were just looking for one-shots to kind of cool off. And unfortunately, Chadwick Boseman had passed around this time, so we were looking for a tribute story.
Okay, I remember. Yeah, I remember this now.
Have you guys seen 42? He was really, really good in that.
I unfortunately have not. I'll look into it. Yeah, yeah, I really should just keep the authors' names on a list as well. I will include links to all these stories when I comment on the tribute videos. But it was just it was something that was written very soon in the wake of his passing, and it was just nice. I don't know how to transition to the next story because even when we were reading them together, it was a bit of a mood whiplash.
Oh yeah, it was a POPA, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, Nova brought this up when we... The Puyo Puyo story was actually one chapter out of several in what I call an anthology.
Yeah.
We could, also we could revisit that story to mine for chapters if we need material.
Yeah, thing is with that, like, I think I've only read that chapter specifically. I might have read some of the others. I don't remember. It's been so long at this point, but yeah, I'm not as familiar with the other stories in that store. Whatever. I'm not familiar with the other chapters. But maybe.
There was a lot of talking about that happening. Talking about what happening.
Yeah, in the chat in the background, there was a lot of people talking about the Puyo Puyo fan fiction. Mostly Harry, but like every other comment was about the fan fiction at one stage.
I do not recall this.
I mean, I have...
Either that or I was getting it confused with, at the same time, Harry was super into Puyo Puyo and insisted on playing through all of them.
I mean, yeah, that's a separate thing. But I have been adamant in trying to get certain stories read for story time, so maybe? I don't know.
That was honestly what that most likely was.
Okay, well, I guess there's no avoiding it. Tanner, behave. We are about to discuss Batman Darker Knight.
Oh! What do you even say about this? Because it's just like a massive piss take. Like,
It exists.
It was the closest thing to me dying from laughter.
yeah, that was pretty good. Like, I think all of us were just collectively dying for most of that.
I really need to vet stories before I put them on there.
It's like,
Says Scrappy for the 30th time in a year.
So see, the thing is with me, is that when I think about suggesting stories for storytime, I try to think of like, would this actually work? Because obviously I'm not gonna randomly suggest we read like a lemon or something. Because that just wouldn't work. That would be really uncomfortable to listen to.
I can imagine. It was a nice change of pace that Nova got to properly voice a lead character for once.
Hmm.
Oh wait, I had to sing again for that story. What? I am cursed.
You never
I was
boosted.
narrator for it.
I can't believe you never boosted in the shoe parts.
I was a narrator. I just could not believe what I was reading half the time, for better and for worse. Did Tanner leave? He's been oddly quiet.
Hello?
I don't know what's going on. He might have left and I just didn't. Harry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Everyone else died.
Hello.
Hi. Hi.
I mean, I'm muted for reasons.
Yeah.
And it's like, it seems like it was one of Tanner's favorite stories, and he just, I guess he lent to get something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Darker Knight was like, he chose this story specifically, so I imagine he has some things to say about it. Actually, out of curiosity, did you manage to sit through any of the other stories we read through Watermelon since last time?
I've sat through a lot of the early episodes, or since last week, you mean?
Yeah,
Like,
since
have I
last.
caught up?
Yeah,
No,
since
I
last
haven't
week.
I
Okay.
haven't had the time for it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I mean this one that you mentioned just now, the Batman one, sounds like it would be the biggest change of pace
Yeah.
from what we've talked about up to now. But
It's probably the most
unfortunately-
different one we've read because of that exact reason.
I mean,
yeah, I'd probably
I guess-
I'd probably enjoy it just because it sounds really out there, but
just
I haven't gone
I guess-
around to it.
it's a troll fic written like in early 2010, so it's gonna show at points.
Yeah.
I can imagine. I guess I won't have to imagine when I read it, but
It has some great
that
lines
is
in
not.
it.
I guess I have to now. I probably will soon. You know, it can take more than a few hours, so.
Yeah.
And it's always easier to have it read to you than yourself.
Oh yeah. I probably would
Okay, thanks for
never have read it on my own, to be honest.
Well, thanks for doing all the work there. Though I think I do have to get going now. So
Okay.
I'd
Yeah.
like to
Like
say
said-
that as much as I'd like to listen back to all the fanfic readings that you guys do, I kind of can't because of my history of both being in recordings and actually knowing you guys personally. So
That's
it's
fair.
just kind of awkward. It's the same reason I can't watch my own content.
Yeah, I can get that. No, I mean, like, I remember the first... This is, like, going off track, I guess, but, I remember the first time we entered a Skype call. It felt so weird, because we see each other, like, pretty much every day. Like, well, at that point. But it's like, it was weird.
I feel like you have to get into streamer mode as it's one way to put it. You know,
Yeah,
it's like you have to get into.
yeah.
Like you know you're doing it for like an audience or whatever, or at least a potential audience. So
Mhm.
it kind of affects like how you do things. That's kind of
Definitely.
something that I did when I upload YouTube videos every once in a blue moon.
Yeah, because, like, when... Like, you don't have to really think about too much if you're just playing something by yourself. But if it's, like,
Yeah.
a stream, you need to think about, like, are you being entertaining? Are you talking enough? Is the
Yeah.
chat engaged? Like, that sort of thing.
Right.
So,
Struggle.
Dead air is my greatest fear on the show, and I live it every
Same.
day.
no, yeah, dead air is very scary for streaming.
Oh, don't even. I can't carry a stream on my own, so that's why I always have to make sure that one of my team are with me.
Yeah.
But then they don't have the endurance I have to do an 8-hour stream as if it's just another day.
Yeah, I mean,
So I keep
yeah.
being left with like 2-hour periods without having anyone with me, and that's like the worst part of my streams.
Yeah, I can get
I can't
yes.
even bounce off my chat because I rarely have one.
Yeah.
Honestly, I play visual novels on stream, so that's kind of like I can't talk over the game, obviously.
Yeah.
Like the dialogue is the game in the case of like a VN or a dating sim or whatever. So it's kind of like I have to let the game do the talking, But sometimes I get people in there and they don't mind, like they have an appreciation for it. But that's like a very niche audience,
Right.
a specific audience. But that's something that I learned but that only applies to like that genre, I think.
Mm.
But yeah, I really got to get going now.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on again, and I look forward to look out for the next chapter. I'm sure you will all know when it gets posted.
I'll definitely keep an eye out.
Yeah. Also subscribe to my YouTube channel. I play VNs once in a blue moon and upload them sometimes.
Nice.
But yeah, that's secondary. Thanks for having me on again.
Thank you for being here. We greatly appreciate this.
Of course. Likewise. All right. Peace out.
See ya.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Cool, yeah.
I like him.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
He's very friendly.
Very,
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
Down to earth.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, final funky board.
What else do we have 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We got like
Wow.
7 stories to go.
Yeah, we can do it. Oh, okay. Since Tanner's back now, talk about Darker Knight, because you're the one that suggested.
Nothing we're gonna do. I will.
We didn't even realize you left.
Okay, hold on. Let me get water. I was eating a bowl of carrots and I choked on a piece of it and almost died. God,
Dang.
Noah is right. I it's like the most brittle boned 9-pound weakling in the world.
God.
My
Alright.
forcing silly.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't do self-care much. And by we, I mean Tanner and myself.
I was trying to eat healthy, and I wanted to eat healthy. Carrots are good for my eyesight.
I'm not talking about that. I just mean the mostly sarcastic, but sometimes you wonder self-deprecation.
I mean, I've started eating apples myself.
Apples are good.
Honestly, it stops being funny after a little bit and starts being pathetic.
I mean,
If
can't speak for you, but yeah, like I think I run the course of referencing my own show's shortcomings and not doing anything about it. So, for the duration of this episode, for the remainder of this episode, we are going to just be nice.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to be nice to each other, and we're going to be nice to ourselves.
I mean, if that's the case, I should just leave.
Yeah, if that's the case, I can't try to make any jokes now. But no, I will say with Darker Knight, it's weird because this is initially what I thought the show was going to be, was just doing
Right.
fics like this.
I think you mentioned this during the first episode of this as well.
I thought this was going to be a like another fanfic riffing show
Right.
that you see. Those are pretty standard across the internet.
Yeah.
And I thought this was another one of those. And I believe this was for April Fools, right? I thought this would be
think?
fitting.
No, we read Darker Knight in the summer.
Oh, okay.
Well, I remember picking it just because I felt like it was a really... I don't remember why I picked it. I guess because it was technically a troll fic, so it's intentionally bad. So it sort of walks the tightrope of what is within this show's wheelhouse.
I think you picked it specifically because you or me or someone else, I guess maybe Sight, kind of expressed a desire to be something a little more fluffy after Till We Make Our Ascent.
Something a bit more funny, I
Call this
guess.
fic fluffy at all. I'm sorry, this is probably really annoying for the viewer.
No, that's fine.
If they can deal with me clearing my throat after every sugary drink, then I think you'll be fine.
Okay,
No more self-deprecation. Dag nabbit.
That's who we are.
I don't want to be this.
Yeah, cola's not great for you. I've kind of switched off that into more non-fizzy soft drinks.
I haven't had a fizzy drink in a long time.
Congratulations. Nope, no, I'm not even gonna say it.
Honestly, they're not even that good. They're like a big deal when you're a kid, but then when you get older, they're just not that.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that, honestly. I mean, I like fizzy drinks every now and then, but like usually I kind of just like having regular juice or just plain old water.
You were saying, Tanner?
I think I picked this yes to lighten the mood, and because it was in line with what I originally thought this show was going to be, and it's a fic that I had in the recesses of my mind. Honestly, it was probably I could have picked a bunch of different troll fics. I could have picked Supper Smash Bros. Misha.
Oh, God. Okay, it's funny you mention that because back when C's did like one of these fanfic shows where they just find like really bad stuff and just make fun of it. Super Smash Bros was actually one of them. I don't think I was in the readings for those, but that was definitely something that happened for C's at one point. I don't think the episodes are still there. I think they got deleted, but it's definitely a thing that happened at one point.
Nice. But no, I picked this one because I remember it. It's one of those troll fics. It's like one of the first troll fics I've ever read. There were 2 Batman fics. It was that or Betrayal of Gotham, but Betrayal of Gotham had some content that wasn't suited for the show, and this also did, but I didn't pre-read it.
Yeah, so that was yet another lesson for me in vetting. So.
I will say, though, that it was probably one of the most fun fics we've ever read.
Oh yeah, definitely. It was fun to just laugh at.
I think it was also one of the most difficult because all of us kind of started corpsing midway through.
I cannot with the story. Was it Commissioner Gordon? No, what is it? Like Jim Gordon and Commissioner Gordon Freeman or something like that.
Yeah, Commissioner Gordon Freeman. And something about what Batman said, like, you saying like, oh, you'll be too dead face.
I'm trying to remember, like, it's been a while. I'm trying to remember some particularly funny lines. Nova, did you have any good ones? Because you did most of the heavy lifting in terms of reading for that.
Hold on, let me to scout through the fic again.
These were very It was a very short story, which I guess was good for me. I don't know.
Honestly, it's probably good to write a troll fic like that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just fun to have a good laugh at stuff like that.
Yeah, because I can't imagine a troll fic that goes on for an interminable amount of time without the wearing thin.
Well, that's a joke.
That's fair.
I mean, didn't I write a C's Brain troll fic?
Did you? I'm not aware of this.
I've read it on your stream the other week.
Oh, well,
It's technically a C's Brain troll fic.
Well, I mean, wasn't it like the generator thing, though?
No, the one I made.
Oh, that thing! I mean, I still don't know where that came from.
Didn't you want me to write one of those?
I did, yeah. I want to see what kind of stuff you can come up with.
I first have to figure out what all of you are comfortable with, so I know what situations you're not okay with me putting you in.
And then put us in them anyways.
I'll send you the one I wrote, and you can use that for reference for a baseline.
Yeah, the thing you wrote or whatever, like that was like the most drugs I've ever heard.
No, that was my favorite. No, you're talking about the sea sprain. What? Yeah, Betrayal of God. Sorry, Darker Knight. There are a few jokes that clearly show when it was written. Like making fun of Justin Bieber at this point, because it's something everyone did as a kid.
Yeah.
You made Pokemon cards about how Justin Bieber was weak to other Pokemon or whatever.
Justin Bieber is weak to bullet types.
Yeah, exactly those kinds of jokes. And those probably were like the lamest jokes to pick. But there are jokes that are genuinely just incredible. Like the entire direction that Batgirl's character, whatever her name was,
Bat cousin
takes was just hilarious. That was amazing.
Yeah.
And this is the line I love to quote, but good thing you bullet's nice or you would lose boobs.
Yeah.
Okay, but is Bat Cousin as good as Bat Cow?
Oh my god.
Hey.
I mean, they both have some milkers.
Hey.
God damn it.
That, you know what, I feel bad about that one.
The worst part is it would not be out of place in the story itself.
Wouldn't. I think my favorite running joke is just the Joker dying like 4 times and then inexplicably being resurrected with no explanation.
Yeah, that was funny. And they killed Joker again.
Doesn't he die like multiple times in this story?
He can only live in a
God.
society for so long.
Pretty much. I like how we spent like an hour and a half just gushing over Watermelon and we just seem almost hazy now.
The entirety of Chapter 2. I want to talk about like who was the best character, but nobody has any real characterization in this.
Honestly, it was just it. I'm gonna be that guy to say Batman because it was Nova voicing him.
Oh, Nova was fantastic. I think it is one of the few fics where anything comedic on the show where I've seen Nova actually break.
Yeah, I don't usually hear Nova like break that badly. It's definitely an experience.
Yeah, here's the line. Here's the line where I finally broke. You are right back, cousin. Batman sex. I must see you kill a cork wedding here.
Batman sex. That shouldn't be so funny, but it is.
I hate it because I hate praising it this much because it's clear that this fic was with no effort, but that is the joke.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Stream of consciousness diarrhea. It's incredible. Honestly, it is a Dadaist masterpiece.
Oh, I almost had a headache the first time I read that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember getting
and it's
lightheaded
also
by the end of that.
Also, it's very much like on brand for me. Like, of course, this was a fic I would select.
You know, when's Nova gonna pick a story? Because
I'll get to it.
what are you yelling for? I was making a joke.
I mean, I was gonna, I would like more people to suggest stories because I don't want to be the one to be like solely be the one to do that all the time.
Or heck, I might as well just write my own.
I mean, I'd be down for that.
No, but you're just gonna write a stand-in for me that suffers constant misfortunes in every chapter.
No,
That was me.
Tanner, give me some credit. That'd only be one of the fics I'd write.
Jeez.
It wouldn't be
What's
the only
the
one.
longest fic you guys have read?
Till we make our
Correct.
ascent.
Yeah.
And how long was that?
I mean,
80,000 words.
Chapter length.
I don't know the average chapter, like it varied.
it took a
No, like how many chapters are there?
9 out of
no.
11 planned.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say 11.
I mean, I'm gonna say the current Madoka fix I have lined up might give it a run for its money in terms of length.
Joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we mostly at my direction, we kind of went through a handful of one-shots and short things between Love Live and Erica.
Oh, right.
So
yeah.
Yeah, it leads us to one of my personal favorites to read, Galler Gym Leaders group chat.
Okay, yeah, this was a fun one. I don't know. I'm gonna leave most to the others like Scrappy and Nova, you guys, for this because I still don't know that much about Gala, especially like gym leaders and stuff. So all I can really say is that it was just a lot of fun just seeing this, or like going through the story with you guys, especially since I think group chat fics in general are just really entertaining. It's just fun seeing like fictional characters do stuff like that, and I thought this was a lot of fun.
Who picked the story?
I don't know, honestly. I think it might have been Lewis.
Might have been, because I know Nova took the lead on kind of explaining what Sword and Shield was.
Yeah.
Heck if I know anything about it.
Not who was in Sword and Shield, what Sword and Shield was. It's not like, it's just a Pokemon game. I'm teasing, of course.
It's difficult to tell with your tone of voice sometimes, like. Yes, but Nova went through.
Yeah, I went through all the gym leaders featured within the fic. I gave a brief summary of the overall story featured within the game without giving away specific spoilers. Also went through other relevant characters featured, like Sonia and the female trainer Avatar and Marnie. So basically, and I basically took over for like over half of it, since I knew the characters far more than anyone else that participated.
Oh, okay, that's quite no.
Yeah, it was just it was interesting to kind of go through it's like the group, like I said when we were reading it, the group chat concept is a common fan fiction device, but we hadn't read it on Storytime yet, so it was just a nice change of pace, and it was fun to read. It was interesting having to stretch my meager vocal talents out to try and get different character voices, and I don't know what happened. Leon is the one that confuses me the most. I don't know what his voice is. It's this kind of scratchy, Sonic-esque Canadian guy take.
Let's read the story about the Gala gym leaders. Let's talk about it.
And
I love taking I love taking the Mickey out of Canadian guy's accent. It's funny.
I'm
honestly...
sorry, I was not leading into the mic. I said something, but I forgot anyways.
Story of my life.
Yeah.
Canadians are weird.
Canadians are weird.
These are fucking weird. I could do a whole bit about this, but Nova's heard it enough times in Hub's server.
We love you, Xavier.
It's like they're not American, they're not English. What are they even?
If you die in Canada, no. If you die in Canada, you die in real life.
If you,
I don't even know anymore.
I don't know.
Canada's the new Brazil.
Anyway, yeah, it was a mostly straightforward recording for like two episodes with an asterisk, because we kind of just crapped out like 19 minutes into recording one episode, so that was interesting. And when did we re-recorded it? I think the day Steve was revealed for Smash Brothers, so that was interesting.
Hmm.
Like,
Called it.
We have been
Tanner called it. He gloated about it on air.
Oh
fucking
yeah, I remember that.
I also called it.
dancing
You
on the
said-
graves of Hub's fucking dreams.
I said Steve from engineering, as in Steve from structural engineering, as in Steve from Minecraft.
Exactly.
There, I called it on the day. It was great.
Man.
What's crazy is that I woke up mid-trailer and clicked on it mid-trailer, so the first thing I saw was Steve's like little splash card, and I let out an audible "What?"
You got banned from Hub Server for a day, didn't you?
No, my favorite
Yeah, I
thing.
did.
Oh, you actually got banned.
No. The great thing is everyone tagged me that day, like, and all of the messages were just like telling me to kill myself.
Oh my god.
You have great friends, Tanner.
Wow, such friendly. Much
wow.
definitely want to meet these people.
No,
I know
because
some of
every
them.
message is just like, Tanner, fuck off. Tanner, I hate you so much.
These guys. No. Oh my god.
Yeah, this has like nothing to do with the story other than being kind of around the same time period, but
I was actually going to point out, weren't we supposed to be talking about fanfiction?
see, the Machiavellian drama of Hub server honestly could be a fanfiction in and of itself.
It could.
I was just gonna say
Then someone write it.
There are good people there, but there are also people that honestly, there's a reason I started joining more servers. And I don't want to talk about that here.
There are some colorful people in Hub server. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. And they're very nice people.
Yeah, I got my ass handed to me in turn 1 in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! There.
By the way, if I'm not as like flippy as I am, I mean
That's fine.
I'm just not. It's the night. It's getting later and later in the night, and I was already tired during the day.
It's fine. I know. It's like this is a fanfiction retrospective, but I guess it's also an episode about moments. And yeah, I do associate the Gallard group chat story with Steve from Minecraft due to circumstances, and it's just funny because Hub literally said when we were watching the Smash trailer in Discord chat, he literally said, "I'm going to ban Tanner from my server because."
Oh man. I was the one thing I want to say about Steve specifically, this real quick. My favorite thing to come out. Wait, what?
Go on.
No, my favorite thing to. Is it still freezing? Hello?
Hi.
It keeps on freezing. Yeah, my favorite thing to come out of the Steve announcement is this one specific meme where it's just Sonic with this really overly smug face, and he's just winding up a punch, and it's just like, "You're going to Minecraft." It's the funniest thing. I remember just looking at that and just dying for like ages.
And just for context, for those who have not seen a trailer, Mario is punched by Sonic in a gameplay portion before he
goes into
He's punched by Sonic.
There's a lot of yeah.
Yeah, Tanner put up the image. I mean, Nova put up the image.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, Sonic punches Mario in gameplay, and then it cuts to like more gameplay. And then it cuts to actual like CG where Mario blasts through a brick wall, and then he meets Steve. we don't read much Smash Brothers fan fiction on the show. We honestly read.
I mean, again, I had a
Oh my god.
but like Harry's already read that 3 times.
I mean, I haven't read it like 3 times.
I could have. I mean, we do have a Smash Bros. Fic we could do on April Fools, but but Harry's probably already read that like 3 times.
Well, we'll see. Okay, so
would be fun.
April 1st already happened, says Joey. I mean, I don't intend for the show to end anytime soon, so...
I'm in here for the long haul. I don't know if...
I've eventually reached a point where I'm just having so much fun with this that I want to do it again.
Yeah.
I don't intend for the show to properly end anytime soon, so... Yeah, the Gallery group chat, and I apologize again for not having the authors on hand. I can only have so many links open. But I enjoyed the story, and it was just good, wholesome fun. Like, it was...
Yeah.
The Pokemon world is just a fun place to be in on paper anyways. And yeah, I think that's all I've got for that. And
same, yeah.
Like, who was my favorite character to read for? Not Leon, because that voice hurt my throat. But yeah, I might. Oh wait, I used the. What is wrong with me? I used the Iggy Koopa voice with one of the characters. I think it was Milo. He was alright. I think either Raihan or... Yeah, shame on me. I think it was either Raihan or Piers that were my favorite characters to read for. Yeah, I think that's all I've personally got for that story. Which I guess segues into not our anniversary story, but Friendship is Magic's anniversary story.
Oh yeah, this is a weird one.
The best, most awesome, radical character ever.
See, this is basically drugs.
It was long past time that we actually got to read something about a Mary Sue. So...
Dun.
What now? Actually, no. Never mind. Yeah, it was Tanner suggested the story. I think to date that is the last story he brought forward himself, and it was quite fun to read. Longer than I expected, and I think that took us all by surprise. But it was a good story. And that episode is notable for being the first one to feature Ethan, even if he didn't read this story, but he listened in. Yeah, impact font is the thing. That's my takeaway from that story.
It was definitely a creative story. I'll say that much.
Character voices were just really fun to do in that one. Nova going from 0 to 11 with Fluttershy.
Yeah.
I had actually done like I can't say real-time fandom, but a real-time voiced reading of a MLP comic with Tanner and Nova, like, I think a week before, so that was at least an interesting dry run. Oh my. I'm guessing Tanner went to get dinner. I think he offhandedly mentioned it off mic, so like this was his moment. We need his input on this. I think that might have actually been the first episode where Tanner was like just pissed drunk.
The first of many.
I don't want to talk about it.
So, where are we in the list of stories?
Timeline. I came back. I forgot to text my dad about dinner and did that just now.
Okay. We're talking about the pony story.
All right, this one. This one is not only my pick, but it's a personal favorite of mine. For a myriad of reasons. One being that I picked this because it was the anniversary of the show, and the show is weird because I have a double-edged relationship with it. Because on the one hand, I associate it with my cringe phase, Q Nova. It ended, but I also think it holds a special place in my heart because of the friends I made through it. Just the people I've met, some really cool people from talking about it. And also, it's a very me fic to pick, because the fic is very piss-takey, but in a very different way than Darker Knight, because it still feels like it is taking place within the show's universe. Pinky still acts like Pinky, Twilight still acts like Twilight. It's actually trying to be a structurally competent story.
Yeah.
It's the one time Go on.
And Mary Sue is really the only character who is written as just a gag character. Everyone else is generally themselves and is fully realized and three-dimensional.
And it's the one time my vaguely southern drawl voice actually worked for a character.
Yeah, it is. I will say, you did... Was I Spike or were you Spike? I think you were Spike.
I might have been Spike. You actually, it might have been you. I can't remember.
I do remember that was also... Well, one, I'm sorry I was so drunk. Ironically, it was because of the MLP anniversary. I was playing a drinking game they were doing for episodes that they were doing on like the /MLP live stream. And I guess it was a like once I started I couldn't stop sort of thing. Which, okay, that's dark and something I don't want to admit. It's a habit I've definitely kicked. But I will say, in spite of my drunkenness and going to the bathroom like 17 different times, I'm actually really proud of my performance as Pinky in this one.
Yeah, Pinky was great.
I will say though, she was both the most fun, one of the most fun characters I've had the opportunity to play, and also one of the most exhausting because 99.9% of her lines are delivered with boundless exuberance. And I mean, she's a crackhead.
I did wish we had been able to kind of get more readers for the other ponies, because you spoke so highly of like your real-time fandom group doing episodes.
That was great. Oh god, Maddie is an amazing Pinky. Which is so weird because she's never seen the show.
Yeah.
I am reinvigorating that project with a new group of friends. With my new cooler friends.
Well, best of luck.
But no. I also, should just put everything else aside. This fic is really fucking funny.
Yeah,
It
it was
is,
pretty entertaining, yeah.
And again, I think I had to sing. I I cannot.
Wasn't it an MCR cover? No, it wasn't MCR. What am I thinking of? It was, I forget. Hold on.
It was
It was-
MCR.
It was MCR. Yeah, teenagers scared the living shit out of me.
That just showed how utterly out of touch I am with the last 30 years of music.
Oh, that's cool. I like missed the boat on going through an emo phase, so it's fine. The most I did was get into Invader Zim.
What, you mean Hot Topic, the animated series? I joke,
Yeah.
but
No. I love how Shonen just slowly grew to despise his audience. Point where you could argue that Dib in Enter the Florpus, at least the first half, is supposed to be a stand-in for them, with the way he's obsessively like, where is he? Where is him?
terrible. Oh man. Yeah, so that was a fun little night we had. I think that was October 10th of 2020. That was, in spite of a lot of things that very much could have gone wrong, like delays, Ethan's computer crapping out like several days beforehand.
Like me deciding it was a good idea to come in after, like, I don't know how much whiskey I had, but I know I had like 3 shots of gin. Keep in mind, I was drunk before we started reading L stands for loser or this.
Man, but even with all that in mind, I think that was honestly one of my favorite episodes of the show. Probably one of the funniest.
Yeah.
Oh no. You know what? One of the things is that it was really interesting for me to say, because obviously I'm a guy, so I can't be Andrea Livman, but can I replicate her cadence?
Yeah, you got it.
What?
You got it.
Yeah. I think there's one line where she's like screaming, I'm not going to do it here because it's terrible for my throat, but there's a very particular way in which Pinky screams on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Something like this type of like... I can't really do it here and I forget the line, but I was trying to replicate that. Because there's, now that I'm thinking back to the show, there's a really fun meta episode that's basically just a piss take of the fandom, where where all of the people surround Pinky and constantly just want to hear her say something funny, and she's like, I can do other things. You know there's more to me than that, and all they want to hear her say is funny things, and then she just storms off, and before she leaves, she just goes, "You've all known me for years!"
It's amazing. That was an interesting episode.
Yeah, it's the date now, the last chapter of the Super Mario show. Yes, I promised we would get back to it.
Honestly, I kind of want to return to those characters.
Thank you.
I was talking about ponies, but...
I'd like to return to them too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
Yes, Joey, we're still live.
Yes, we're still alive.
No, we said we're still live.
Oh yeah, we're still alive.
We are not alive. We haven't been alive since... Okay, when was the first Super Mario Show chapter uploaded?
God knows.
And just to
April.
point out how not alive I am right now, I blacked out, so I had to ask in the Discord if we were still live. So, yeah, it's late for me. Harry's weird.
I think that's all that needs to be said.
You just found out about that now.
Well, I had a feeling, but I was just running some tests. I was simulating them on the side computer after setting up a environment to figure it out. And yeah, after about 5 years, it's finally come up with a conclusion. And yeah, you're weird.
But he's the best kind of weird, though.
I
Yeah,
try.
now I can cannibalize that computer and actually get some parts out of it.
You're not slick. You said cannibalize.
So none of you make
Okay, that's actually a PC term. I mean, yes, cannibalism mentioned, but cannibalizing a computer is legitimate terminology for taking old computers' parts and shoving them in another one to improve performance.
I feel like I'm just gonna complete this entire game before we finish this episode today.
It's not a long game.
It's not, but...
Like, if I was actually any decent at it, I could stream it for my channel one day.
Yeah. I just felt like playing Rayman 3 again.
I mean, yeah, it's a good game, but it's like 5 hours. Rayman 3 is like 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah,
so.
it's not long.
You can't rush Rayman 1 though. That's...
No. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, we'll definitely revisit the MLP cast down the line, probably for the next anniversary in this year. So
they are figuratively and literally very colorful characters.
Yeah, much like us. And yeah, we that was October 10th of last year, and that was actually part of a double feature. The pony story was actually supposed to be the short prelude, but it actually took up the majority of that episode. Yeah, we after several months hiatus, I did finally complete work on my 5th episode, but 6th chapter overall of the Super Mario Show, and we brought our friend Ethan on board to help us record.
He was pretty good, and I will say that I noticed a noticeable upgrade in quality. Because my biggest problem, other than it clearly showing how old you were when you wrote it, I'm sorry for not being very eloquent right now, I'm tired.
That's fine.
My biggest problem is that the zany tone of the initial chapters, it almost went too far. It's fine having a zany tone, but there were points where it felt like nothing was there to tether these characters to any sort of humanity. They just felt like zany cartoon characters. And it's definitely dialed back here. I'd say out of all of them, Junior is probably the most human of the bunch.
Junior is my own Stewie Griffin. You brought it up, like he was supposed to be the token evil one, but by sheer accident, he somehow became I'm not sure if most sympathetic, but at least the most.
Basically what happened with Stewie.
He's the least, I don't know, I'm not even sure he's the most sympathetic among them, but he's the most realistic to a point.
Yeah. Honestly, I hate admitting this, but I would pick out an American Dad fic. I want this cast to be if you ever do a Family Guy fic, just call it Storytime with Scrappy Funny Moments.
Maybe someday.
I'm definitely open to having more series be featured on Storytime.
I honestly, though, I have been watching that show, and I've talked about this. It is surprisingly solid, at least for its, 4th through 8th seasons, I'd say.
yeah, we will. This isn't really retrospective stuff, but I guess it's tangentially related to the story. Yeah, we also may need to do some like cast reevaluations for characters in the Super Mario show. I guess by extension, other Mario stories.
Yeah, no. I don't know how much Toad I can handle. Junior's fine. I love playing Junior.
Oh yeah, your Junior's great.
Yes, he's an absolute joy to write, and it's funny to hear him being voice acted. Like,
Yeah.
oh man,
Just like any character that is just like a snotty little shit is just that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
like honestly he's the real main character of the show, but
Yeah, he might as well be.
Again, I think it is because he is the most visibly, he's the most fully realized and three-dimensional.
Yeah.
how did that come? His whole presence in the story is an enigma.
He is.
Like, Watermelon had all of these detailed, thoughtful explanations for how characters work in his story. I can't remember why characters do what at any given moment.
Most of the Mario characters are kind of blank slates in their initial state.
Yeah.
With, like, a few exceptions. I'd argue, like maybe Luigi and like the Wario brothers are the only characters I can call fully realized and developed.
Oh.
And really, the characterization they settled on for Waluigi is that he's both Chaos Demon and also a loser.
Yeah.
Great. I will have. I think I really hope. I really want to do Waluigi justice, even if that's almost going against Waluigi's character.
The best way I can see him being kind of like a Doofenshmirtz-esque type character, someone who's just hilariously petty.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, dear. Yeah, I'd like to go into some hour-long explanation on character motivations in my story, but I just don't remember any of it, so lucky you.
Dang.
There is a dichotomy between sucks to be Ouija, look, that's another Luigi thing. There is a dichotomy between L stands for loser Luigi and this Luigi, and mostly because this Luigi doesn't get a lot of play. He's mostly on the sidelines. He just kind of gets to be the lovable coward.
Yeah.
So far, like, it took, honestly, like, Chapter 6, which is the latest one, and I'm working on the second part, don't worry. It's... I feel like that's really when the Mario Brothers kind of start acting like themselves and start actually driving the plot.
Yeah, because Luigi, for the most part in this, is just kind of, gee, Mario, I don't know about this. That's as far as his character goes.
It's a stone, Luigi. You didn't make it.
I chiseled it! And other
gosh.
memes.
Yeah.
I don't, like, Luigi, like, he didn't even have lovable coward initially. He was just kind of the dark one.
Yeah.
Just fired that whole, like, hour-long bit that I probably couldn't recite right now. Honestly, it was just me rambling fucking nonsense about, like, John Leguizamo.
Luigi is apparently a big fan of the Dark Knight trilogy. Mario! All three of them... I can't do the voice, but... like, all three of them are what I would call Kino!
Three of them, what I would call cinema, Mario. You tell me a modern superhero movie that holds a candle to that shit, and do not say Spider-Verse! Because you would be right.
Oh dear, like, I don't know, like, that's the thing, because it was written when I was young, I don't even remember half of the inspiration for the weirder elements, or even the elements that made sense to begin with. Like, why is Junior a good guy? I don't know. I guess I liked him. I still do. He's fun.
He just is.
Why is Luigi apparently a a practitioner of the Sith arts? Who knows? Why is Daisy psychotic?
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah.
bad
You're
writing.
talking about
Mario,
You're talking about
let the
Superstar
hate
Saga,
flow-
right?
Do it, Mario! Let the hate flow through you!
Like how he has like lightning powers or something.
Oh well, actually I forgot about that, but he does. I could roll with that.
I thought that was what you were referring to when you said Sith arts.
Oh no, I meant his bone manipulation.
Oh.
It's over, Luigi. I have the high ground.
Oh my
To
god.
make my power, Mario!
Actually, Luigi can jump higher. He's fine.
It's over, Mario! I have the high ground!
Mamma mia, you underestimate my power.
But oh god damn it. But he also has a much
Different form of Italian than mine.
he also has a much floatier jump, so it's easier to catch his landing.
Fair point.
Falls into the fucking lava and does the ow! Game over.
Yeah, that sounds about right. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like I did really enjoy writing Chapter 6, and again, kudos to Nova for editing all of that. Like I really am grateful for that, because I was not feeling it that time.
Yeah, I could tell. There were a lot of sins, a lot of sins editing, and a little punctuation and grammatical errors here and there. I had to fix.
That's my main weakness when writing too, is that I can be, like, that's all of my essays are, like, unnecessarily loquacious and verbose, but then I'll forget the difference between your and your.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
In my defense, I finished writing my chapter initially around. It was late, so I was lazy. Nova was noble, so lucky me.
Nova the Noble.
Yeah. You can tell that we're all, like, or at least I'm delirious, because everything we're spitting out is not Nova.
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 I did really enjoy writing the chapter and chapter 5 earlier in April of that year. Like, it was like those were the chapters that I wrote after like a decade-long hiatus, and yeah, I went to college in between, so there was.
Good job. Nice. Congrats.
Yeah, like 2 chapters in 2020, so that was the last one before those was in 2012. So yeah, I went to college in between, and it shows.
Nice.
Like, it was just kind of good to get back into this story and try as nobly as I could to reconcile the past characterization with whatever I'm doing now.
I was gonna say, like, how did it feel to go back to the story after so many years?
Oh gosh, like, there was something. Alright, first of all, Nova made a comment, and I would like to read it aloud.
Okay.
I don't blush on the. Excuse me. I can't read. At 10:41 p.m. Eastern Time. You are very welcome, Nova. To go back to the story was, well, surreal for one. It just been, like, it had been a good long while. Like, what inspired me to go back, aside from just hubris and the fact that we were doing a fan fiction show? I think it was just a sense of inspiration, I guess. Like, I think when I realized, like, what's his name? Mark Haynes, aka Alvin Earthworm, was going to be trying to resume Super Mario Bros. Z again. And also a toy reviewer who had done reviews of, like, honestly Power Rangers toys like years ago, and then he kind of stopped, and then he came back in 2020. So it was like they're coming back. I could come back too.
Fair enough.
Like, there's no shame in resuming something even years later.
Yeah.
And honestly, yeah, the time off was maybe not good for my audience, but maybe not good for my audience, but good for me, I guess. Like, it was. There's definitely a heavier refinement to the chapters. And do I really want to bring context to what Tanner and Nova and Joey are discussing?
No.
My friends.
My friends are my power.
I don't know. You give me the power of something, but I'm not sure if it's good.
That's hot.
Moving on, so yeah, I like obviously 8 years can change a man, and I'm really not that different. I'm more verbose, more extroverted because theater, honestly.
That's good.
And I'm not sure how specifically it shows in my writing, because my writing has gotten better, but I think I've still roughly maintained the same kind of interactive, lemony narrator. Not that kind of lemon. Story style for the story, and honestly, I'm okay with that. I like it's the niche I found. It's comfortable. Like, yeah, honestly, I guess I have to backtrack a bit. Like, Chapter 5, aka Episode 4, aka the April 2020 chapter, that was the first one after the long hiatus, and yeah, that was following up on a previous story arc, so I had to kind of maintain style even if I didn't want to. So, yeah, it's kind of just the background of it. That was a fun chapter to really write, though, because Junior was basically the focus of it, and he's just endlessly hilarious. I don't know why. Like, it was fun to write and fun to read aloud. Like, did Tanner leave again?
Who's Ram?
God.
Yeah, so I enjoyed revisiting the characters. They surprisingly, like, writing for them is surprisingly, what am I trying to say? Getting back in the groove of things was easier than I expected once I actually kind of set my mind on it. Ah, there you are, Tanner.
Yeah. Again, you know what? I kind of want to see writing more of Bowser, because I feel like, honestly, your Bowser is pretty funny. He definitely feels like he's like RPG Bowser in a lot of ways.
Even if I barely played the Mario RPGs, I think I probably took a lot of cues from it. Like, okay, yeah, I started kind of potting. I started kind of pre-playing the story in like 2008, so that was like peak of my Mario fandom. Was really reading up on the Mario wiki, so I kind of knew how most of the characters worked. Played
And
Super.
again, a lot of them are such blank slates anyway.
Yeah. And I played at the time, latter two Paper Mario games, so yeah, Bowser was definitely kind of at his peak of like wannabe dictator.
Yeah, the thing with like the RPG specifically is that basically everyone but Mario gets like really fun characterizations.
Oh yeah, I always remember the line where he just starts screaming at all his henchmen for not locking the gate. I told you guys, the last one out has to lock the gate!
Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do. And yeah, Bowser is fun to write. I probably don't use him often because one, why don't I use him often? Well, yeah, the chapter I was working on actually was supposed to feature him more frequently, but I guess things just changed. I guess that's just the nature of the beast. And like, actually, I don't think I ever mentioned this, but Peach to Teach Part 2 was actually supposed to have like a knowledge quiz contest as its climax instead of like chemistry arson.
Also, I felt that was probably the most sorry I felt for Junior in any episode you've done. Like, that episode was just evil to him.
Yeah, honestly, I could have that chapter probably could have used a second run through. I was just so relieved to have gotten it finished after like a decade plus of holding off.
I'm only gonna be eating. I asked for a meatball sub too late, and Dad's coming home now, so I'm gonna have to eat 1/3 of his pasta for dinner.
Oh.
That is no, unironically, that is one of the sad things of like just. It's just sad. Like, I hate missing out on food.
Oh no,
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, that is, yeah, probably one of the easiest ways to kind of nettle me. Yeah, episode, for Pete's sake, Peach to Teach Part 2, honestly, could have used a second run through, but it is what it is. I will...
2/3 of the pasta, that's a little better.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see more of your favorite character, Jenny, eventually, and yeah, I may handle things differently with her.
Okay.
And yeah, Junior did absolutely suffer. I'm an asshole, so I thought it was funny, and it is funny.
It is. It is.
Like, the dodgeball sequence was great.
It is. There is definitely a balance you have to strike, though, I feel.
Yeah.
I cannot believe I have evoked sympathy for the little demon tyrant.
Yeah. No, he's fun. Again, it's because he is the most recognizably human character you've written so far.
Oh my. Yeah, I'm gonna try and humanize my band of lunatics a little more down the line.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna really try to do something with Mario and Wario.
That'll be fun.
Oh yeah, it's very. I imagine, how are you gonna make the contrast between those two work? Considering how you've written the Mario Brothers thus far.
Joey says buddy cop, and like Mario and Wario are not buddies.
No, I feel like at most Mario would begrudgingly tolerate him.
And like I guess kind of leads me back to chapter 6, which is the Road to Colorado Part 1. Like, yeah, that's when that was the second chapter I wrote in 2020, and the first one that wasn't tethered to any storyline that I'd previously written before 2010. So I was kind of able to be take a bit more liberty with myself in that regard. Like, I think you can tell Mario and Luigi are a bit more like their game selves in this chapter.
Yeah, definitely.
Mario's actually trying to be a proper hero and role model to everyone else.
Honestly, that could be something you could make. That's kind of what his arc was in the movie that some people don't like, but I do. Is the idea of, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm a fucking plumber.
Yeah.
I mean, I could do that. I might look into that. I think, for the time being, I'm settling on Mario just being, like, the beleaguered leader.
Yeah.
Like, he's got his...
He does make it decent straight man.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
he's he's got his life together more or less. All his brother and all his friends do not.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say this Luigi definitely has his life together more than the other incarnation of Luigi that we're gonna be talking about.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have fun with that. Yeah, I did try to make Luigi a little more like his game self, more. Yeah, probably not as coward. He's probably less cowardly than his game counterpart, but yeah, he's a little more cautious in how he operates now.
Yeah, he's weirdly gung-ho in the Paper Mario games.
Yeah,
He has
kind of is. Yeah.
he has an inferiority complex in those games. He's really trying to prove himself.
Yeah.
To do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I really did enjoy just kind of slowly, gradually, like ice caps meltingly evolving. Joey, why are you still here? Go to sleep. Like just kind of gradually bringing the characters into slightly.
I'm gonna give my goodbyes because it's too late for me to continue.
Oh yeah, we can't. We're going on for like. We're not done anytime soon. I'm sorry. We might actually have to do a part 3. Depending on
Yeah.
how things.
This is...
That's what I was about to say. If there's gonna be a part 3, I'll be here for that because that's when I'll actually have something to say, unless it somehow turns into a part 4.
I hope not. I don't think we have enough to say for a part 4.
I shouldn't think you've got enough content to talk for 4 parts.
No.
Unless Ottermelon wants to return for another round, but
I mean, I thought... I mean...
Yes, part 3 of gushing over Ottermelon's a seemingly great fanfiction that I haven't read.
Gushing over Watermelon
Yeah.
just being a better writer than all of us.
Dang, dude.
Excuse me, I take offense to that.
Scrappy, you're writing a gag visual novel, which is a cliche in and of itself. It is just as much of a cliche as the thing it's parodying.
I do recommend reading the story, Jerry,
I
at
meant
some
Joey,
point.
sorry.
Yeah. Or
Yeah. I might get around to it if I've got some spare time.
yeah.
Or I'll listen to the podcast. It depends how much you
either
get
way.
I's tangent on it.
Yeah, either way.
we don't tangent that much when reading Ottermelon stuff.
You just get that sucked in. Lit. Yeah, no, it might actually be worth me trying to listen to you guys' voice.
Yeah. So, all right, I'll
That's
try
not
to.
done. That's my limitations.
No, it's fine. And yeah, but like, don't like. Yeah, I'm sure I work with you. You're a good writer, but honestly, but nothing. But Ottermelon should also his stuff should also be read. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
it's
like-
also it's good to get as many perspectives as possible.
I'm gonna put it this way. Not everyone can write The Lord of the Rings, but you can have something that's just as good as The Lord of the Rings in its own way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you...
I'm not saying we're writing The Lord of the Rings ourselves, I'm saying that we're writing something completely different that we hope to be regarded as well as.
Oh no, that's honestly, even with something goofy and comedic like with what I do, it's like I could never be, I could never make classic Simpsons. But maybe if I'm good enough, I could have my own steamed hams. Like I could have my own moment of just a really iconic scene. But even then, I wouldn't ever try to force that.
Yeah, forcing it just doesn't work.
what was I gonna say? Like, I wrote a bunch of chapters in 2009, and I already have an iconic moment. So
Follow me on Twitch at Bootleg Raccoon.
Right.
thanks,
See ya.
thanks for being here, Joey. Have a good night. What was I saying? Yeah, I have an iconic moment, and that was from my interesting years. So
Dark period, that was from your years when you were getting your sea legs, so to speak.
I don't know what was going on with Luigi, but those were troubling times, I guess. Kid Scrappy has no chill indeed. Oh dear, so... Alright, I'm going to wrap up my self-congratulation soon. it's just been a pleasure returning to these characters and trying to kind of sort of evolve them. Like, they're fun characters to write about, and I look forward to returning to them. And yeah, I do want to kind of explore their relationships with each other, even if it's just like through a comedic fashion. Like, what makes Bowser Jr.'s relationship with Peach work? Oh man, I don't know. There's something. I don't know. I can only speak for myself, but there's something oddly wholesome about how he seems to be actually nice to Peach.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll get into that whenever I upload the next chapter.
Oh, for sure.
But there's other stories. Thank goodness.
So where are we now?
We have Erica, Scooby-Doo, Reflections, L stands for Loser, and Duel of the Fates. That could be enough for an episode in and of itself, if you all like. But...
I mean, the thing is, like, we haven't even finished Duel of the Fates, so I don't know how much we can really say about it now, but...
Well, honestly, I don't know. We could save that for a year 2, I guess. And like have to put an addendum. We actually read some of it during year 1, so remember to point out when we started.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think I'm the only I don't know how far ahead all of you read in the script, but I've read it to completion.
I've not read any of it off screen. I wanted to just read it blind, like while we're on the show, because I think it's more interesting to just get or just have like blind reactions to a lot of it.
That's completely understandable. It's like, in theory, it's like watching a movie. You probably would prefer to just watch it. In this case, hearing our live reading it, as opposed to just reading the script on your own. If you're not doing, well, I mean, you're doing live reading as well, but you deserve to go in fresh for once. You usually have read stories that you usually bring up stories that you've already read, so you don't get to do this very often.
Yeah, it's interesting, like being on the other side, like for once being one of the guys that goes into a story blind, or a script in this case.
I don't even know.
I'm usually the one that brings in the stories that I've already read through in my own time, so...
Alright, we might just take Duel of the Fates off of this, and that only leads us... for the love of Pete, leaves us with 4 other things to talk about, and one of them is... 2 of them are one-shots that could probably be done in 5 to 10 minutes.
I feel like we may as well just finish all the other stuff at this point, because there's not much left.
Okay,
Just
next,
be quick about it.
Well, since Erica's the longest, I think I'm going to put it, like, second to last or last. So,
yeah.
We'll jump ahead to a pup named Scooby-Doo finding baby Scrappy.
Oh yeah, okay,
Finally, a story about me.
Yeah, it's like, this was fun purely for the fact that just to get some Scooby-Doo material, because yeah, Scrappy Fan 92, like that's your username, but like we barely do anything Scooby-Doo related, so it was a nice change of pace.
Much about this. I do remember it being pretty funny and pretty close tonally to the source material.
Yeah.
It was, see, last time Ethan got to be in an episode, and yeah, I hope it's not the last forever. And Harry got to actually stepped in, so that was a nice treat.
Oh.
You voiced Scooby. You were Scooby.
Oh right, okay, I remember that now.
Who did I voice in that episode?
Fred, and I think you also handled Shaggy.
Shaggy?
I tried with Shaggy, but I really don't... It's so weird that I'm a good voice actor, but Shaggy, the character that literally everyone can do an impression of, I struggle with.
Zoinks!
Like I can visualize it in my head. I can visualize myself trying to imitate it, but I can't actually do the voice.
Yeah.
Oh
Well, my
gosh.
voice is a bit raspy now, so...
Actually, that actually works. Yeah, vetting is, like I said, vetting is important because I actually did read it recently, but I just forgot that Scrappy Doo himself did not actually talk in the story, which kind of defeated the purpose of bringing in Ethan.
So did he get to do anything?
I think he voiced Red Herring, so at least it was age appropriate.
I'm glad they found a way to work him in. He's always a fun character.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will definitely dip back into like the Hanna-Barbera well down the line. If I reread through it, I could probably find another Scooby-Doo story that does have Scrappy talking in it. So yes, like we'll try and get Ethan back or something. It was a cute little story and the closest thing we had to a Halloween special. And we actually read 2 Pokemon stories around like November and October. And I think we're going to actually talk about the shorter one first. It was titled Reflections, and it was, to date, the only Pokemon story that we read that actually focused on the anime, so that was nice.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this one.
I missed that one, but I know I could have killed as James.
He unfortunately was not in it. It was just Ash and Pikachu.
Pretty much.
I could have fucking killed as James.
I could, honestly, there's so much Pokemon fanfiction that there has to be something I could find.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There's gotta be like a rocket shipping fic or something.
Oh, God.
Yeah, actually,
Honestly, James would just be, can I be, let's see, how much more of an embarrassing, like, bullyable theater kid can I be?
Pretty much.
honestly, I think, yeah, James honestly might be my favorite member of Team Rocket.
Yeah, I can.
dear.
I can understand that.
He's the most campy and over the top, but he is also the most like recognizably human.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found, like, as I said in the episode where we read Reflections, it was something I found while scouring the Amore shipping board of SarahB.net because, yeah, I'm that Pokemon fan. And, yeah, it's just a cute little story, like, set after Pokemon XYZ, so it's after that moment.
Yeah.
And nobody got to do a Pikachu voice. The things he does for me.
Did he just do Ryan Reynolds again?
Oh, I wish. No, he did the whole Pokemon sound effects. It was great.
I was considering it though, Tanner. Just to let you know.
That's amazing.
I mean, we could read a Detective Pikachu story. I'm like, there's a lot of good stuff we can do with Pokemon.
For sure, yeah.
Like, the world is so boundless. There's so many spin-offs. Like, it's.
Oh yeah.
So many characters and everything.
I hate to leave mid-episode, but I am getting so tired.
I think, yeah, I mean, I don't... You weren't in Erica, so I think that's fine.
Wait, no, we need to bring up L stands for loser, and then Tanner can leave.
Oh, okay, let's quickly talk about that then.
Stay around for that.
Alright, L stands for loser, which we actually read last, sort of. Actually, yes, we did read it last.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I don't think... Well,
yeah,
I mean,
so
it's also a thing we haven't finished, but I guess it's fine to talk a little bit about it now.
You guys seem to really like whenever we do that. Like, you guys seem to really like my performance if I could just verbally, like fillet myself. You guys really, really like when I do those, do that fic.
it's just Luigi's just entertaining in that story.
Yeah.
He's He is the punching bag of the universe, and
Yeah.
you work with that.
No, you just set up a joke for Nova there.
Let me rephrase that. You are the Luigi is the punching bag of the universe, and you just do a good job of performing that character.
No, better in the slightest.
Okay.
There's no nice way you can say this. No, I see what you mean. I will say with this fic, it is. Yeah, no, this version of Luigi is really fun to portray, and honestly, there were a few times where I felt like I came up short, and I could have delivered it better.
You say that about everything you read, though.
Honestly, it's weird. I hate talking like so. Okay, I guess not scholarly. Talking like I have mounds of experience, or talking with this level of formalism about Mario fanfiction. But in my portrayal, I was kind of trying to channel George from Seinfeld.
That's amazing.
That's totally valid.
Year of Luigi.
Oh gosh, like. Actually, I'm trying to think of what story we've read is probably the closest to Seinfeld in terms of just punishing its main characters.
This probably.
Yeah, this or Super Mario Show, honestly, in terms of like just being sadistically spread around in terms of punishing.
That's why I'm excited to see how you would react to Always Sunny, Scrappy.
Oh gosh, I honestly, I should probably give it a watch sometime. It sounds like it'd be up my alley.
I will say the first season is significantly weaker because they are still trying to be a conventional sitcom. And somewhere after a while, it was like, let's go crazy, let's do whatever they want. Charlie runs a cult in one episode. Okay, let's do a musical.
Oh my gosh.
Man, that's great.
Also, I think Danny DeVito just really helped out the cast.
I can imagine. Yeah, it's like, since it's a really, I really loved reading it as a kid. It's fun to revisit this story, and yeah, I since I have actually read ahead, I am looking forward to a specific set of chapters down the line. So
Oh, I'm looking forward
something to look forward to when we discuss it in year 2.
Oh,
And there will be a year 2.
There's one thing I will say about. Wait, what now?
Alright, it is really, really over the top in a way that I like. It is very cartoonish, but for some reason there's always something that keeps it grounded, and I think that is its sitcom-like tone that keeps it from going just full zany. That there is, that's what I guess that the Seinfeld comparison is apt in that way. In that Luigi is, he both gets to be this cartoonishly dorky, just like, you know, making sure lockers are never vacant type character. Also, he does get to be very, like, distinctly unlucky in a way that is both comical but very human.
He is the Daffy Duck of this universe.
He definitely is. Again, I compared him to George. Except George usually deserves it in a way that Luigi doesn't.
I feel like I was going to say something and we cut him off.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Alright, then I am hearing things again.
I think what I was gonna say, it's related to Nova actually, is that I love his Dexter voice, because like every time he just goes into the Dexter's lab, Dexter voice, I just start dying.
So when he gets to be like that really Chad character in one episode, that was probably my favorite episode, and it also opened the gag of him being like of Luigi being like an incel.
Oh right, that was like episode 1. That was. Oh yeah, Nova gets a flex in this story, and I love it. Like,
there's that one episode where Dexter gets like a date or something and like tries to get advice from Luigi and it just all goes horribly wrong.
I will say my favorite character. I will say I also love that this version of Mario is like mentally deficient.
Mario's just an asshole in this story. He doesn't talk, but you know what he's about.
Yeah.
Our gremlin.
Yeah, it's just a weird tiny gremlin who eats things and like occasionally makes grunts and wahoos.
So it's teenagers then.
Pretty much.
Oh man, Mario, like it's a testament to Whimzilla's talent that Mario can say so much while saying so little.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
he is the most unlikable character.
and this is a story with Peach in it, so
Yeah. Oh yeah, this Peach is so condescendingly bitchy.
Yeah.
oh man, like it's like this story fills a hole while we don't have any other Mario stories to read, and I'm so happy for it. Like it is interesting to kind of mentally compare my interpretations with Whimzilla's.
I also would say that I actually really fucking enjoyed getting to sing both Pocket Full of Sunshine and or did we even do that one? But we got to do Sexy Back, and I actually really like that song.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't remember if we read all the chapters that had all those songs, but I think we definitely heard "Sexy Back." Yeah, Luigi he's that guy.
He's a soy boy.
What was I gonna say? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this story's junior didn't inspire my own as well.
He does come off as similarly like bratty.
Yeah.
He's just a little schmuck.
Yeah.
I also do love that there were very brief moments of Bowser, but every time he shows up, he just has one really good line.
Oh my.
Bowser's great. Like, Bowser's just great in anything he's in.
Anytime they just let him have a personality of being just this kind of like, I do love how they can play him up as being like a dad, but also a dictator, but also like this weird pathetic simp for Peach.
Bowser's just this lovable goofball. I love it.
He's just Doofenshmirtz. I just realized that he's just angrier Doofenshmirtz.
The
Yeah.
repressed childhood trauma.
As far as we know.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's my favorite Mario character, I'll just say that much.
Oh man. Yeah, Bowser's fun, not the voice, because goodness gracious.
Oh
But
yeah, I'd
he's
imagine.
fun.
Voice.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm-
saying that right now. Junior, a blast.
Yeah, he's like that. I hope that's just consistent between all Mario stories that feature him. Actually, that is consistent with every story that featured him. We've had 3. Junior's just fun to write, to read. What else? Yeah, it's just a fun little story, and it's quasi ascended reality, as I say about the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tanner's absolutely killing it with all the vocal roles like Dexter's dad and the game show announcers.
Yeah.
You mean Nova?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have to be spayed and neutered? Yes!
Oh yeah, I remember that. I died. I died laughing after that.
2 of them.
Yes!
What'd you say, Tanner?
I'm gonna kill all of you and feel bad about maybe 2 of them. Do not.
That was
good.
that was good. Oh dear. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to resuming that, which honestly could probably be a week and a half from now.
Yes, I feel like that should be like prioritized for a while.
I'm glad later chapters started throwing him a bone, because there was a point where he got so comically pathetic that, okay, that's a weird oxymoron. He got so comically pathetic that I stopped finding it funny. Maybe that's just me being overly empathetic for fucking Mario characters.
There's no problem with that. Honestly, as a kid reading this, I generally remember Luigi losing overwhelmingly, but he still does. But he gets more bones thrown his way than I remember.
I do feel like it is good to introduce a character like Waluigi, who's just, you know, unrepentantly spiteful, to have, like, to give Luigi a victory.
Oh yeah. Luigi's suffering is not get over though. It's gonna be
That last chapter was
nuts.
fucking relentless. I love that.
Oh yeah, street cred episode.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was something else.
For some reason, I don't know why I have the urge to do a cover of Ruler of Everything by Callie Hall in Luigi's voice.
Oh,
It's
God.
amusing how much Parakarry is prominent in this story. It makes sense. He's the mailman. He'll be there at their house every day.
Where you just get to be Jack McBrayer again.
Oh, is that what I'm channeling? I guess I am.
Sound like it.
I think I initially tried to go for my Iggy Koopa voice again before, like, I do this for everyone, so I tried to use something closer to my natural voice, and I guess mixed together, that's Jack LeBrayer. We should read something from Wander Over Yonder.
That'll be fun. I know like nothing about those characters, but
No, honestly, Wander is just SpongeBob.
fair enough.
SpongeBob, but somehow even folksier.
Yeah.
It was a fun show. Wow. So yeah, I look forward to it, and I look forward to having all of us reading through the characters and Whimsilla's interpretations of the Mario cast. Like,
I'm really exhausted. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
all right then. Well, we thank you, since this is hopefully the last retrospective episode for this year.
Yeah.
We thank you for your year of service. It has been a pleasure.
I've been serving active duty on story time.
Yeah. It's a commitment, and you've gone above the Call of Duty.
Imagining myself getting flashbacks, getting like PTSD flashbacks where Luigi haunts my fucking dreams is really gonna. That's great. I like that a lot.
Oh wait, we never did the collage of silly moments.
We never did. Oh, just the bits? Yeah. What are your favorite bits, like, that we've kind of just spiraled into?
Well, I guess Luigi being either a demon or a repressed incel, I guess, are
Yeah.
my personal favorites. If like that says a lot about me, but
I guess it was like the logical conclusion of making him that pathetic that my mind just went, there's no way this dude isn't an incel.
yeah, the Mario cast all being psychopaths is just one of my favorite interpretations in this case.
God.
It is, like, for your version of Daisy, it's basically canon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Nova just being like disturbingly serene whenever he voices a female character is my favorite running gag.
I don't know if I
Like,
really...
I don't-
He do be a
I know, I'm pretty convincing, aren't I?
What are you saying, Harry?
No, I was just saying, I don't know if I necessarily have, like, favorite running gags necessarily.
I'm hoping at least I'm glad that at least a few of my like dumb jokes that I sometimes try to force land.
Oh wait, there was one thing that we kind of did like pre-recording that kind of bled into an actual episode. Like, I think you envisioned Nico like just flinging herself down a flight of stairs for some reason.
I don't remember that.
What was the context of that bit?
I don't know. It's Nico. It sounds almost normal for her. And then I was like, I ad-libbed a line when we were reading Till We Make Our Ascent, like, what was it? Ellie pushed Umi, and Umi was sitting on some stone stairs, and I just kind of ad-libbed, Ellie pushed her off the stairs.
The stairs that were just coated in Nico's blood.
Let's see what else. Oh no. Oh no.
Also,
Why?
I hate that you guys forced me to do Eggman's announcement on camera because it's like, that's not even my joke. I don't feel good doing that.
Forced, you say.
Oh right, yeah,
And
yeah.
I tried it, and then you made me do it anyway.
It was great. Thank you. Yeah, just Nico being the best is one of my favorite gags.
Yeah.
Let's see what else.
It isn't. I'd say that the bits I do are a bit more, like, irreverent, but there is a bit of sincerity to everything that is in line with the character. I say, no, Luigi is not at all. That is just me going completely off the cuff.
I mean, it's in line with where he was in Chapter 2 of my story.
Honestly, I wish I quoted more biblical scripture just to make the reference work.
Oh dear. Just trying to think of other gags. There was stuff like, well, not so much a gag, so much as just a shared collective feeling, but Till We Make Our Ascent making us all cry on the inside.
Oh yeah. That
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, we more or less alluded to this a lot earlier, but yeah, that story messed me up.
I will say the bit it's weird, it's not really a bit, but I will say that for some reason, I guess this but it is comedy based, that entire Mystery Science Theater sequence with Twilight and Pinky.
Oh yeah, that was
just really
interesting.
Back and forth.
That was just us on any given episode. I don't know how to feel about that.
Like, Twilight had to smack Pinky for making an innuendo.
Yep, that sounds about right. Let's see other stuff I liked. Mario making random appearances in non-Mario stories.
Oh yeah, or the bit I guess from this is I don't know, Harry being a war criminal.
What? What?
It was a callback to earlier in this episode.
Oh.
I mean, aiding and abetting us, I guess, is a war crime.
Yeah.
And there is one recurring gag that we have not really let go of, but it's technically something from a story that we probably won't cover for this retrospective. But yeah, the 100 deck officers is a favorite of mine.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can talk about favorite.
It's honestly
things,
like a
yeah.
peak of like yes-anding, I guess.
Yeah, 100 deck officers is definitely up there.
Because it is one bit that could have just been like a standalone joke, but then it just kept being built upon by everyone.
Yeah, and it just got ridiculous.
Yeah.
I
Improv,
don't know.
baby.
Yeah.
Boy. Sometimes
I
he's
like.
just.
Go on.
No, I was gonna say, so like these jokes are amazing because they just happen.
Yeah.
Well, no, such is the nature of improv.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I did really enjoy one particular line reading that I had as Finn, and Tanner's emphatic. call reaction to it.
Was it? What was it?
It was the "I can fly anything" mockery callback, and you caught that so well, and it was funny. Like it's funny to hear, funnier to hear live, but for those who haven't heard it, it's yeah, during Duel of the Fates, Poe says "I can fly anything," as he said in The Force Awakens. The ship starts stalling. Finn kind of mockingly mutters it under his breath, and then Tanner ad-libs on "F you," just loudly.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, not a gag, but also yeah, Bright Star just being in episodes was fun.
Yeah.
She honestly has a lot of acumen as a voice actress, you know.
Yeah.
She does. I wish her the best.
Yeah. And like, unfortunately, like she probably won't be in future episodes, but it was definitely fun having her around for the short time we had.
I like that both her and Nova can take turns being just the adult to us.
Oh yeah, not a gag, but Nova just bluntly getting the heck out when he heard that Star Wars was happening. That's...
Oh yeah, that was pretty good. It's like, you're doing Star Wars? Screw that! I'm gonna have a vacation from story time.
I am very tired.
All right, then I guess it's time to get to our last story.
So
Yeah, I'll just say my favorite characters from you, Nova, Tanner, for Pete's sake. My favorite characters from you, Tanner, Luigi, Junior, Nico, and honestly, Poe was pretty good too.
I would say, for me, I'd say Luigi and Nico. For me, those were both really fun.
Again, I would say my favorite characters from myself are, yeah, Luigi, Nico, Pinky.
Yeah.
I feel like they're the most. Oh, Junior as well. I guess.
And like the 5 seconds you were Doofenshmirtz when we read the Cinema Sins thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We
What
should.
was my-
Yeah.
Honestly, doing a full Phineas and Ferb fic would be great.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
I feel like the only way to open that is if you write up like a little fake mock-up Doofenshmirtz monologue.
Honestly, I would like. Also, we should just. I wouldn't mind it. Just an entire episode where you're in character reading other fan fiction.
I feel like Doofenshmirtz would be like invited to another podcast and get like the recording studio wrong or whatever.
I can see it. This can work. We're gonna workshop this.
No, but if we did anything involving Doofenshmirtz, we'd have to work in. There are so many running jokes associated with him, like his monologues, his backstories, the jingle.
Yeah, we're gonna workshop this.
Honestly, if we did open that up, I would think that we'd have to open it up with, like, him presenting the fanficinator or whatever.
Alright, let's do this.
I could probably write decent... Knowing, like, I don't know, Doofenshmirtz seems like a character that is within my wheelhouse of writing. Honestly, Scrappy, we could team up and try to write, like, reasonably good Doofenshmirtz dialogue.
Alright, then we'll save that. Maybe that's our 55th episode special.
Like, again, I don't think any sources are too, like... I mean, well, Phineas and Ferb is a nostalgic show, I feel, that a lot of people grew up on. I couldn't find anything that was... Because some of the ideas I had were so idiosyncratic to just me, like... Who else but me is gonna say, hey guys, you know this show we do that is mostly children's cartoons? What if I brought in the fucking Sopranos?
Oh man.
I mean, we could read a Soprano story.
Actually, now I'm getting the image of Doofenshmirtz visiting Dr. Melfi.
Oh no.
My parents never said I had the makings of a varsity athlete.
Oh man.
That
It's something we'll...
canon too.
Yeah, that sounds about right for him, actually. That's a story for another time. Okay. Yeah, we'll look into that, Tanner. You have any final thoughts?
Let's cover other characters. Nova, whoever the Chad guy was in Sucks to Be Ouija.
L stands for losers. Sucks to be Ouija is a comic.
I always get them. Is it weird that my mind just kind of confuses them?
No.
They're pretty similar.
Daisy is like way less awful in the comic, but
Yeah. Nova, I'd say pretty much every role you played in that story, really. Peach,
yeah,
in
honestly.
both Mario stories.
Maki.
Oh yeah, yeah, Maki was great.
Oh yeah, and since Tanner wasn't here for this, Sabrina in the Erica story, like,
Right.
who was also, for all intents and purposes, the narrator. So
Yeah.
I like how Nova's on the complete. He said, "Just say every role I do, you know it's true." I like how Nova's on the complete opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to ego than us.
I don't like this at all.
Is again, he's the Chad to our virgins.
God.
But yes, Nova, you are consistently always bring your A game. Like, you were good from the jump, but I think the turning point for you was like voicing Lana in Lost in This Dance.
Oh, you were really good in that too.
And yeah, everyone, but what was her name? Spiral. Yeah, that was fun. And Deadpool. And
Yeah, you were a great Deadpool.
alright, fine, everyone.
Yeah. Honestly, I started writing Deadpool to your voice.
It's funny because I hear all of your voices when I visualize my own. I mean, I said you were good in Sabrina Nova.
So you're saying that you hear like an incel whenever you write Luigi now?
No, but I hear his Super Show voice when like imagining his dialogue or trying to write my stuff, and I definitely hear Nova's Peach voice and your Junior voice, and I guess I hear your Toad voice haunting my nightmares.
Dude, it's haunting my nightmares too, because I don't want to have to imagine doing it.
Yeah, we're going to reevaluate like how we handle Mario characters in the near future.
Make Toad like a side character from now on.
He kind of already is. But
I know, I just can't fucking stand voicing him.
I don't think anyone can stand voicing him.
Ethan, who was just using something close to his natural voice, was fine. Yeah, if we can drag him back in for that, I'd be fine. I'd be very okay with that.
Actually,
Yeah.
what's weird is Junior was the hardest to stay on voice for me. And sometimes going off voice actually accentuates delivery, I've found. I found that a lot with Luigi, like when he's particularly exasperated in L stands for loser.
Yeah.
Because you'll notice there's a few moments where Luigi's voice just becomes my voice.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to come up with no rules is boring. He's too good at all of them. So, yeah, compliment me next.
Let's see.
Oh.
Anytime
You did a good Umi.
You did do a good Umi. I also gotta say, it's weird because you weren't really putting on a voice, but you did embody Twilight really well.
Huh?
I'm trying to think of
Wait,
like who Scrappy voiced.
Much like Twilight, you're just the adult of the friend group in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Yes, it was pertinent when Nova wasn't around for Duel of the Fates. You don't know what you missed, Nova. You do not know what you missed.
Joey, you missed me and Joey essentially just turning it into the college improv bits performed by like dudes who didn't get laid until after college was over.
Oh god.
My personal favorite vocal roles, leaving out any narrator stuff because I hate doing it.
Yeah, I think you made it pretty clear about that.
Well, I like narrating stuff I write. It's because I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mario. Whenever I actually get he has to talk, it's pretty fun. Oh gosh, like Bowser's he's a fun character, but he's absolute murder to voice.
No, but your Bowser is really, really funny.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Like the scratchy throat honestly kind of works. Iggy Koopa, and by extension all the cowboys.
Everyone who is just like, just really southern.
Applejack and all her cousins.
Jack and all her cousins. From Pony Virginia.
Yeah, Twilight was fun.
Always pretty Virginia.
Yeah, I was a little strained while trying to do the voices, but Pit and Lost in this Dance were fun.
Mm.
Oh, Mojo was great.
Mojo was fun to write. Just letting him be this Saturday morning cartoon villain. And just the idea of a character who is essentially every out of touch like network executive rolled into a supervillain is such an inherently like funny concept.
Yeah, I can I can see it. I can see the appeal. Yeah, he was just really fun to voice. I'm trying to think of other characters I really enjoyed. I'm not too hot on the character in canon, but Nozomi was actually pretty fun to voice until we make our ascent.
Yeah.
Like the kind of smug den mother of the group, so that was interesting. I love Hanayo, but I did not get to voice her that often, and my voice for her was a little stressed out.
Mm.
Again, I'm surprised by how much Junior's voice actually is difficult to nail.
And I have
It's
like
very screechy.
I've had like 3 roles so far, and 2 of them I barely had to do anything.
I mean, one was basically doing dog noises, and the other was doing cat noises.
Yeah, and then there's Kylo Ren, which is like the only one where I actually tried to put some effort into.
Yeah, Kylo Ren was fun.
Very furry.
Wait, what now?
You're now our honorary furry.
Oh dear.
I mean, honestly, if we find a story where Ren has more of a active role, I wouldn't mind reprising my role.
Reprising the role of Rin religiously.
Yeah.
So, I liked voicing Chewbacca.
Oh.
Yeah. We all collectively were Chewbacca for a bit.
It's just fun to. It's just fun to do the sound.
100 Wookiee deck officers. So, yeah, yeah, I think that's all. I guess those are my favorites. I don't know about all of yours.
I mean, I
Yeah.
pretty much said what I needed to.
Yeah.
So Umi is your favorite Scrappy role.
Yeah, I'd say Umi is definitely up there. I don't know. Basically what we've said already. My mind's like drawing a blank right now.
Oh, I am dead.
I-
Go on, Nova.
I don't know if it's just me, but I kind of feel like Scrappy's Umi voice was just a slightly higher pitched, shyer version of himself.
I mean, probably. I could not do a female voice to save my life.
I think it worked,
I
though.
I figured, but yeah.
But in essence,
Yeah.
in portrayal, he did well.
Yeah.
Kind of like what I said with Pinky, which I'm glad that you guys liked my Pinky as much as I did.
Hmm.
Everyone should like their pinkies, Tanner.
God.
Damn it.
I'm hilarious.
No, that was fun.
Yeah, I think we should wrap this part up
Yeah.
before Tanner dies.
Yeah. I was gonna write a joke. Like, just this weird joke I had about birth control, but I don't want to do that right now.
I'm not sure if Umi's the best voice, but probably the best performance outside of Erica herself.
Okay. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Oh gosh, and every single girl in Love Live is a pain for me to voice.
Alright, I'm going to log off now.
Alright, well,
Without saying that I'm glad we've made it this far. I'm glad I've had this much fun, and I look forward to doing more.
Hopefully it goes on for another year.
Yeah.
yep. Thank you for being here, Tanner.
Yeah. Alright, see ya.
See ya.
Have a good night.
And we
All
just
right.
have the one story now, don't we?
Yes, and let's do it before we hit the 4-hour mark. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Alright. Finally, we have, for Pete's sake, I'm out of it. Erica by Pika Blue Pikachu.
That amazing name.
Yes, I remember that off here because that is just a crazy ass name.
Yeah. I really do. I really should tell them that we read the story because like especially after how after we did that with Automata and we ended up here, so that might be worth doing. But, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'd say like thematically, it's probably the closest thing we had to a not successor, but I guess a complement to till we make our ascent.
Yeah.
They're different stories, but they I guess kind of fill similar roles in our lineup of stories read so far.
Yeah, I'd say for story time, they're basically sister stories in a way.
Yeah, it was. Excuse me. Yeah, they do kind of both serve a similar purpose as kind of like more somber takes on slightly more larger than life source material, though
Yeah.
the difference is more pronounced in Pokemon's case.
Yeah. Like, Pokemon by nature is already more fantastical.
Yeah, it was very interesting to read and often very soothing.
Yeah. I remember, like, reading through the story way back when, like, I don't remember how long, but at least a few years ago. And it was, like, I remember this being one of the stories that I, was trying to promote for Storytime for a while, and, like, this is something that I definitely want us to read at some point. And I'd say the story itself held up rather well, because I wasn't sure if we were gonna read it and I was gonna realize that like it didn't age well or whatever, but no, it was still pretty good. I thought the characters were interesting, and I thought like I found the general like relationships between all the characters really interesting and well written. Yeah, it's a good story.
Yes, and much like Lost in His Dance somehow made me like get behind a pairing that has like no bearing in canon.
Yeah.
Like the Kanto gym leaders are blank enough slates that you can make it work.
And it's like, it's interesting like that you bring that up specifically because I like Erica and Sabrina, like that's not a pairing I even really considered, but it's like one of those things where it Pika Pikachu made it work so well and it felt so like really natural. Like I don't think it felt forced, and like the fact that like the fact that I found this from just trying to find like if there's any decent Sabrina like fix on Archive of her own or whatever, and then I just ended up coming across that, and it was a lot better than I was expecting. Really, I don't know if I don't think I was really expecting much, but I was pleasantly surprised.
It's a good story. Yeah, that's all I have to say, really. Yeah, I enjoyed reading it week to week, and could try and gradually hone my lady voice.
Yeah.
I'll say, yeah, I'd say Erica came off a bit better than Umi did.
Yeah, I suppose so. Like, I'm trying to remember. I don't really remember a lot of how your voices sounded in my head like right now, but in the moment I remember thinking you did a good job.
I can't remember how like when we inevitably get to the sequel, it's I have no idea how to do the voice. It's like a slightly posher Umi, I think, but
yeah. I do remember, like, this is something that I also, like, I guess we'll find out if this still holds true, but I remember the sequel being a lot better as well, so I guess we'll see how that goes.
if we can get some more actors, I might just recast.
Because I might be misremembering, but I vaguely remember there being quite a lot of characters in that one.
Yeah, I was struggling a bit with the ones we had in that story. Like, I think I forgot how to do Bruno's voice after a while.
Yeah. I think my main, my favorite aspect of the story is the fact that it felt very grounded and set in reality. Like, the issues for like a series that's again very fantastical with all the Pokemon and all these crazy abilities and stuff. I like how the characters felt really grounded and you could relate to the struggles and whatnot.
Oh, Alakazam was a role I liked doing also.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like he, I think, kind of served as Sabrina's Maki, so to speak.
Yeah, pretty much. I can see that being a thing in, like, canon as well. Like, just Alakazam being the voice of reason.
Yeah, I can barely remember Sabrina in the games, but yeah, it would probably track with how she is in the anime also.
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, so it was a fun little story, and like the background lore of Kanto is actually pretty interesting, and I nice to see the story kind of explored in more detail.
I think the other thing is that I like how this story is like takes place like around the same time as like Gen 1 or something. So it's interesting seeing like how everyone reacts to all the events that happen within the game.
Yeah, treating the trainer, who I'm guessing is red, but could be also the leaf or green, whatever they call her. Treating the player character almost like this is kind of mysterious, almost eldritch entity.
Yeah, I think that this definitely comes up in the sequel. I won't say much about this, but they treat him or her like this like what should we call it? Like this I don't know I don't know what the right word is, but it's like this
the Ultra Shad.
Yeah, it's like this mysterious being that like seems to be like all knowing and powerful and stuff, and it's kind of interesting.
It's like they have a game shark.
Yeah.
So yeah, I liked that. I really did enjoy the kind of tie-ins to later gens, like what's her name, Jasmine showing up, and Valerie from Gen 6. So that was kind of just neat to kind of tie in the game's lore.
Yeah, I like that.
And the funny thing about Pokemon is that early on it was implied to be taking place in the real world. Like there was mention of Guyana, like mentions of like actual real world countries. So I kind of like to imagine this game story kind of takes place in that mindset.
Yeah. I think I've come to realize that the stories I tend to enjoy the most tend to be ones that are just grounded more in reality, and like I mean I enjoy stuff that's more out there and like over the top, but I think stuff like the Erica story or Toymaker Ascent and just stuff like that, I feel like that's just the stuff I enjoy the most. But that's
Excuse me.
That's just me.
That's completely fair. I'm sorry, my voice is shot.
We have been... Is this the longest episode?
No, not yet.
Really? Oh my god.
Episode 4 was a doozy.
Damn. I'd have to look back at that then.
Yeah, it was a fun little... I'm not calling it a detour. It was long enough to match till we make our ascent at points, but...
Yeah. It's shorter than I remember it. Like, I thought it was going to be way longer than it was, but it was still fairly lengthy.
Yes, it was a good story. If I don't have much to say, it's because I think I've sort of expressed myself as well as I could when we were reading it live. What did I like? I'm not sure what I took away from it specifically. Just warm feelings and compassion for the characters. And yeah, just like, if you want to, we probably brought this up when we were doing the episodes proper, but like, if you want to have a relationship function, honesty will help a good deal.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
transparency.
Definitely.
Don't hide your pain.
It's very easy for that to, if you bottle it up, it'll eventually just like end up growing and just blowing up. You got anything else to say about the story? Should we let Nova say something now, or?
Yeah, I mean, he's the one who read the majority of it. He should be providing more content than I should.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I'm very curious what you thought of the story, Nova.
Anyway, honestly, do feel like I feel like it's kind of tied with Till We Make Our Ascent with the my favorite story that we read so far.
That's yeah, I can. That's respectable.
Because if only because if only because aside from because disregarding the featured relationships within each story, I honestly do feel like they're some of the most honest and most impactful stories that I've read in a while, like that aren't written by an official or quote unquote professional author, and especially with how in both stories there are characters that really don't know how to express themselves very well, and it did strike at least somewhat of a chord with me, because even though I don't really struggle with that anymore. Like I mentioned earlier in this episode, I had a lot more of a struggle with that in my early high school years, like around the same age of what the school idol project girls, would be. It just reminded me of all those times where I wanted to say something, but even though I had the words for it, I didn't really have the spirit. I didn't have the spirit to express them, because I didn't feel like most people were really listening to what I was actually saying, and that's something that I emphasize a lot nowadays when I'm listening to other people. I make sure I get the full context and really try to understand what they're actually saying.
Yeah.
Because what someone says isn't necessarily the full story. There could always be something that they're either exaggerating, hiding, or just outright lying about, just to not worry other people.
That's
I think
that's a very mature way of going about it.
it's like the emotional equivalent of, what can I say? I think of it like a commander wearing their red jacket to hide their bloodstains.
Yeah.
Don't do that. It's very bad.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, this whole level is like giving me some vaguely Shadow of the Colossus vibes right now.
Oh, this is the end of the game, by the way.
The Attack on Titan adaptation is looking great. But yeah, I like this Erica and Ascent are obviously sister stories in a way. You can tell my voice is utterly spent. I'm sorry. I think they clearly resonated with us, and for better and for worse, brought back some interesting memories. And yeah, I'm at least happy that they were able to. I am so sorry, my throat. I'm happy that they were able to resonate with us in such ways.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Pikachu, and look forward to the sequel.
Yep. I agree.
I think that's all. I think that's all I have to say.
I don't think I have much else. I guess in terms of favorite stories, I mean, I definitely agree that the Toymaker-san and Erica are both my top 2 favorites. Pretty much for all the reasons we've previously stated. I really don't feel like repeating myself, to be honest. But yeah, they're both really good stories. What is it? I'm really enjoying L stands for loser. That might end up being like a 3rd favorite, but I guess I'll make I guess I'll think about that.
Call.
Yeah, a judgment call when we actually finish it. But yeah, in terms of like comedy and whatnot, that's probably my favorite. But yeah, it's definitely been fun doing this for past year, and I hope that we do this for many more years to come. I don't know. I don't think I have much else to say beyond that.
Yeah, favorite stories for me. Yeah, the excuse me. Till we make our ascent and Erica are definitely, I'd say, up there. They're clearly more in your wheelhouse than mine, but they're good stories. Honestly, yeah, Lost in This Dance actually might be my favorite that we've read so far.
Is that the one with Pit and Lana?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I feel like that was the first, like, really good one.
So, yeah, that and L stands for loser definitely is up there. And I did enjoy the Ralph story. Honestly, I think I should reread it or watch the episode again to refamiliarize myself with it.
Yeah, I think if there's one thing I will say that this anniversary special has made me want to do is actually go back and just kind of sit through a lot of our earlier episodes and just relive a lot of it, because yeah, there's a lot of stories and just general stuff that I don't remember at this point. So it might be fun to do that.
I have to go through the episodes anyways to provide dialogue.
Yeah.
If you all helped me, that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, I mean, the only shit. Never mind. I enjoyed the vast majority of stuff that's been read on air, so.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a story so far that I've been like, ugh, I don't want to read this anymore. So I'd say that's a accomplishment.
So yeah, I hope to you all that you, the viewer, I hope that you have we helped expand your palates with this, because my palate has certainly been expanded.
I'm glad.
If you would like to, gosh, I'm so sorry. If you'd like to suggest your own works or works that you have read to this show for reading, by all means, send a link and we'll try and vet it. If you'd like to join us for reading, by all means.
And again, I said this once before, but if you are gonna do that, please be serious about it and don't just like add me on Discord or whatever just to be a troll. Like, that's not gonna help anyone.
Excuse me. It has been a long, difficult, often confusing year for many of us.
Yeah.
And we hope that this story has helped provide you some light in the darkness. We're not therapists, but we play good ones on TV. It's midnight. I don't have anything particularly funny to say. This isn't even particularly profound. It's just
all I can really say is thanks for sticking around for the past cheerful story time, and hopefully we see you for the next year and beyond.
yes, I don't have any plans on leaving this project unfinished, so you're going to hear more from Scrappy Fan 92. You lucky, lucky people.
And I beat this entire game in this stream, so how about that?
4 hours,
Yeah.
not 5. I know people told me Rayman 3 was short, but I didn't know it was this short.
I mean, I also know this game like the back of my hand, so...
These hoodlums are just incredibly ugly. So, yeah, that's all I got to say. Story time with Scrappy has been a wonderful collaborative group effort, and we thank you. I thank Harry, I thank my VAs, and I thank you for watching for all this time. We will return probably with another.
Besides, I wouldn't know how.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching our podcast.
Possibly scare him.
Indeed. We will likely return with the L stands for loser, so that is at least appropriate. And until next time, we bid you a good night. Please stay safe, wash your hands, be kind to one another, get your vaccines.
Yeah. Is there anything else, any other words you have, Nova?
One more thing. Let's see.
Rayman, quick, wake up!
I want to marry Umi, Kanan, and I. There.
Okay. Fair enough.
Good night, everyone.
Alright, see you guys for next. Well, I'm not gonna put a label on it, but see you guys on the next episode where we actually start reading stories again. So yeah, good night for now, I suppose.
Good night.